Hi, we are back. Second day playing Nekojishi. To recap what happened, 3 cat guardian spirits are... We can see them now. And... Oh, Dio! Thank you for the follow. Hi. I also want to thank 2 other people followed me before while I was offline. Thomas the Real Pix Queen and Behemoth. Thank you guys. And Deoxysity. Yeah, so we need to pick which route to choose out of the 3 guardian cats so far. So let's just get to it. Okay. Finally, thanks to the help of the 3 big cats, I make it through a chaotic week. Even with all the drama they caused at the beginning, it's calmed down after a few days. For now, little by little, I'm getting used to living with the 3 big cat spirits. Even so, all I want to do is take a nice break this weekend. Alas, my serenity doesn't last long.
所以说，阿辽跟我一起去逛街嘛。
阿辽，机会难得，我一直很想知道现代科技发展成什么样子。陪我去逛逛电器行或书店好吗？
An appliance store? What a dad.
跟我
Even just after waking up, these 3 are already on me. They all want me to spend time with them too. Wait, what does Leopard want anyway? He doesn't even sound like he knows what he wants to do. Even then, I kind of get the feeling he really wants to spend time with me too. On the other hand, I can't really refuse the other 2. Even though I'd prefer to stay at home and get some rest, it's not really like I have any plans for today otherwise. So what should I do? Kind of leaning towards Dad Tiger right now. Freaking senpai is low-key annoying. And the leopard, there's not much. I'm not that interested in him, at least yet. Let's hang out with Tiger. Well, if I have to choose, I think Tiger really wants to go somewhere. That's your taste. Well, out of these 3 so far, well, originally I thought the senpai, the one on the left, he was kind of cute, but then he got kind of annoying. So, so I'm like, no. So let's go with Dad Tiger. Yes.
可恶！好吧，这次就让给你了。但是阿辽明天一定要陪我哦。
So offended. Look at his face. Not eyes emoji. Senpai clenches his fists and Leopard sends me a piercing glare. Why does this stuff always end up being so complicated? You know, we could all go out together, you know?
不要理会那些丧家之犬，应该说丧家之猫才对。
丧家之猫是说谁呀？这里可没有猫。
Anyway, Tiger, what kind of appliance store were you thinking about?
就是有很多电子产品的，手机或是笔电，要是有像其他类似手机那样划时代的东西也不错。我以前还以为电脑就很厉害了，看到阿辽的手机的时候还真是吓了一跳。还有其他这样便利的电子产品吗？
大叔真是跟不上时代耶！
这是正常的吧？我又不是人。
Well, going to an appliance store wouldn't make much sense. You wouldn't even find a laptop there.
那要去哪？
I'll tell you along the way. We should get going. The department store is pretty far away from my apartment, so I catch a bus there with Tiger. There's a supermarket, a bookstore, several specialty goods stores, and a food court here. We should definitely go to the food court to get something good later.
这是什么？这是电器行。
We just walked in the door of the center itself. Clothes and expensive bags cover the shelves around us. There are clearly no appliances in sight. Not exactly. This is a department store. There are places here which sell appliances, smartphones, laptops, and heaps of electronics. It's a handy place with everything you could need.
百货公司？我只是听过而已。原来百货公司是长这样的。
I mean, they don't all look the same. Anyway, let's go to the supermarket. As we head into the supermarket, we see lots of goods and produce on sale. Tiger wanders around, intrigued.
有很多礼盒常常被信徒拿来供奉呢。原来有这么多啊！
He points toward a pile of bulk goods.
被这样成堆放在一起，感觉就有些廉价了。
That's just because they're bulk packs. Doesn't make them cheap.
好了，我也不是不相信信徒们的诚意，只是有些惊讶罢了。
Tiger tilts his head in thought as we walk further through the department store. When we get around to the electronics section, he's clearly engrossed by the devices laid out before him.
这些都是笔电。
He begins to inspect all of the different laptops and tablets. You can even see some of those newish convertible devices on display. To be honest, I'm not fully up to date on computers, so I go and try them out with him. Every now and then, Tiger picks up one of the laptops for a closer look, leaving a copy of the laptop sitting there on the table. Tiger, I wanted to ask you this before. So, since you're holding that laptop right now, can you use it?
笔电？不能啊，我只能触碰这些物体的气，对于里面的那个电流之类的是没办法影响的。虽然勉强来说，我可以用骚灵现象打开开关。 不过电脑的话，最多也只能敲敲键盘吧，没办法真的操作。
Ghost behavior. What do you mean by powers?
对，稍微移动物体是可以，不过精确的控制就做不到了，所以没办法打字。而且我不知道你们是怎么操控手机的，对于那个叫做触控荧幕的东西啊，完全没办法。
I'm not great with this stuff, but I sort of remember touchscreens work off static electricity or something, I think. In that case, it makes sense why he couldn't use them. So, if you can hit a keyboard, at the very least, you could move a mouse, right? So with that, couldn't you use a computer anyway?
要说可以是可以，但现在我能和你讲话，想做什么直接让你做不就可以了？
So you don't want to try it by yourself?
电脑吗？ 这倒不会，比起电脑，我对手机比较有兴趣，可惜完全没办法操作，而且要引起骚灵现象很耗精气，只为了操作一下电脑太划不来了。
So you won't use the computer because you'd get too tired?
也可以那么说。
Okay. But if you can't use them anyway... Tiger is currently comparing the differences between two tablets. If you can't use them, why are you so interested in them?
我想看看你们这个时代的人都是怎么沟通的。你们平常不都是在电脑上对话，或者出门都滑手机吗？
Oops. That's true. So, does watching us using our phones help at all?
我也不知道，但总是看了才知道有没有用。这些东西各式各样。 看得我都眼花了，他们到底有什么不一样啊
Well, let's see here. I try to explain the specifics to him as best as I can. I'm not really enough of a techie to explain the details. I basically just end up repeating the information on the product cards. As you'd expect, it doesn't help much because he already read them. Eventually, I just explained to him they're just machines and people communicate using software downloaded onto them.
就是你手机上的那些。好吧，那让我看看你手机里的内容。
Can I refuse your request?
都看那么久了，没关系吧？
I didn't know about it before. There's really embarrassing stuff on there, you know? If you do this to me, it'd just be like a parent checking their kid's diary. How shameful of you.
看日记有什么羞耻的？好吧。 那你至少跟我说说那些软体的运作方式。
Let me think for a second. If I use my phone, he'll probably be able to see some of my chat history. Maybe if I can distract him. Wait, we're in the smartphone section. There's literally dozens of phones to use here. I mentally congratulate myself for my ingenious plan and go to use a display model for my demonstration. Firstly, did you know smartphones generally have one of two types of operating system? Each type can run different software from the other. Let me show you. In the process of introducing him to the operating systems of various phones, I also walk him through some of the basic software. Though I regularly use all this stuff, all this information is new to him, who totally didn't understand how it worked until now. We end up trying a lot of phones. A clerk notices me and comes over to introduce some products. Since we're not here to buy anything, I have to decline their help and leave, even though Tiger wants to stay. He probably understands that I can't talk to him with the clerk watching us. For me, it's a good opportunity to change the subject. With relief, we head to the appliance section. Thank God I don't have to explain anymore. Fortunately, Tiger also stops talking about phones for now and focuses on all the appliances around him. You can tell he enjoys just looking around here. He ends up asking me what each one was for when he didn't recognize them. I end up having to explain kettles, heaters, and even air multiplier fans. Luckily, I already know enough about all this stuff.
这个圆筒是什么？
It's called a water boiler. It heats up and boils water. Once the water boils, it turns off.
那这个呢？里面有很多灯泡。
That's a heater. The light produces heat when turned on. It's able to keep a room warm, even when it's cold outside. It's useful in winter, but I can't afford the electricity to run one.
听起来很好用啊！有这个的话，阿辽就不容易着凉了吧？
We're the tour guide in the department store, in a museum department store with him. No need to worry about me. I have enough clothes to keep me warm.
嗯哼，就当是这样吧。那这个呢？
This is, well, it's called an air multiplier fan. I don't really understand how it works, and I don't know what that means. What's an air multiplier fan?
电风扇，没看到扇叶啊，这怎么能吹风啊？
I don't quite know. It pushes wind inside the ring to produce wind, I think. They don't need to be round either. See, that one's a rectangle. Oh, I think I know. It's like those fancy... It's just a hole. It's just a ring. And it... Doesn't it filter the air or something like that? I have no idea. Honestly, I don't think it's much better than a normal fan.
奇怪的东西。哎，那这个呢？
Honestly, I thought he'd be more surprised to find out it was a fan. That's an induction cooktop.
炉？这是炉子？
First CG. I know it looks really different from a stove, but yes, you can cook with it. It's powered by electricity, so you don't need fuel, and it can be much smaller. See, if you put a pot on one of the circles, it heats up. He moves around to look at the induction cooker from a variety of angles, clearly intrigued by it.
这东西可以炒菜吗？
This one's probably not big enough. You could boil some food though. Really, I don't know if it could do a stir fry or not. It's not like I've used one before. Maybe it might be possible.
这么麻烦却只能煮东西，那为什么不用瓦斯炉呢？
Oh, there's the air multiplier fans in the back. Is that what they're called officially in English? Because gas ones are inconvenient to use. For example, I don't have a kitchen in my apartment, but I can make hot pot at home with the stove as long as the meat and vegetables are prepared. Therefore, it's more convenient.
在家煮火锅啊，
He nods his head in agreement.
买一个回去吧。
It's way too expensive.
是吗？我看看，也还好嘛，比大部分手机便宜。
We're poor, Tiger. Of course it would be.
手机那么小一个，
It doesn't work like that. Heaps of small things can cost more than larger products because they're harder to make. I mean, not everything is like that, but you get the idea. I don't want to buy one anyway.
阿辽不喜欢火锅，
That's not what I mean. Wait, it doesn't even matter to you. Even if I made a hot pot, you couldn't eat it.
可以吃哦，只要你把它供奉给我就好了。我从来没吃过火锅呢。
That doesn't mean I need to cook one for you. Wait, why do you even want one if you've never had one before?
你老家偶尔会吃火锅，我也一直很想尝尝看呢。
So you saw it back at home? I guess that makes sense, but why not eat it back when we had it for dinner?
不是供奉给我们的东西怎么能吃啊？那不就变成和人类抢粮食了？
I mean, it's not like anyone would notice you eating the chi.
不是那个问题，不是供奉给神明的东西，我们就不会取用，不然岂不是跟乞丐差不多？
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
好了，我知道阿辽，我没有生气，你只是不太在意我们而已。不过这话可千万不可以被其他神明听到，知道吗？
Yes, I will keep that in mind. I'm very sorry.
知道就好了。那为了赔罪，把这个电磁炉买回去如何？
Well, I can't. My budget is tight as it is this month.
好了，开玩笑的。那么下一个，
Tiger stops scolding on me and moves on to look at the next appliance. I said something I shouldn't have. I messed up. Even though I don't understand everything about how gods consume food, what I said was totally brainless. I'm a child from Chitong family. How could I not show basic respect for him? Feeling guilty, I looked through the other appliances with him. I need to make it up to him sometime. By buying the stove and cooking hot pot. Eventually, we see all the products on the first floor, then head to the second floor, where I have the chance to get some groceries.
没想到有这么多种零食，好多都没见过。
Indeed, since snacks are usually presented to gods as sacrifice, I'll get you what you want. Any that interest you? I don't really want any myself, but this is a good chance to get him something as an apology. Senpai's back home to help me eat this stuff anyway.
很多我都不熟，不过要说好奇的话，这个和这个吧。
Isn't this a bit much?
阿辽要是不想买这么多的话，就别买吧。我只是好奇，想试试而已。
I'm trying to apologize to him. Even if it cuts into my budget, I should get what he wants. I take each snack he points at and place them into my basket, just for him to go around asking for more.
阿辽，这个是煎饼吧？哦，还有蛋卷。这个牛肉干有在试吃啊。
Without protest, I put everything he wants into the basket.
竟然还有布丁，哦，是冷冻馒头。这个该不会是鸡块？
Yo, he's having a good time. I decided not to get the frozen buns and grab the pudding instead. Even if Tiger wants them, we don't have a microwave.
这边，哎，阿辽，快来看，有刚炸好的炸鸡。
This place has food cooked and prepared for lunches. It's pretty normal for them to have chicken. The prepared food in supermarkets isn't that good anyway.
这样啊，真可惜。
He seems disappointed. I prefer to eat downstairs in the food court anyway. That and I've already spent loads of money on snacks. How about we get fried chicken for dinner?
好。
And I just agreed to eat out for dinner. There goes my budget for this week. Afterwards, we have dinner in the food court before heading home. I can't believe how much money I spent today. Senpai is surprised when I ask him to help with the snacks that got Tiger.
帮忙吃，我才不要，
Yeah.
恶心哎！
Yeah. Huh? Why? It's no different to you. You said it yourself. Even if the cheese gone, it doesn't matter to normal people.
但我不是一般人呐，我也是神呢。其他神吃过的东西，对我们来说，就跟沾满其他神的口水没两样。我绝对不要，
You.
口水这种说法也太失礼了。
但绝对不会想吃啊。要是我吃过，你也不会想吃吧？
是没错了。
I remember now. Back in the cafeteria, Tiger and Leopard refused to share food as well. So, if that's the case, dang, I assumed Senpai would help me out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let that tiger get so much. What do I do now? Will I have to live on these snacks till I finish them? Yeah. I don't see an issue with that. Ah, Sunday. I hope I'll finally have a nice relaxing day off. Though, with these 3 cats still around, I doubt they'll leave me alone.
阿辽，今天一定要陪我出去逛街。
跟我。
昨天出门学到了不少新鲜事，今天就留在家里看书吧。
Sure enough, I don't think I'll get my quiet day off. I forgot to save the last time, but the other save was thankfully close enough to that decision. What if I just played this game naturally, like... Because I kind of want to go with a... Senpai. Go with Senpai. Well, if I had to choose, I'd want to spend time with Senpai. That, and if I didn't go out with him, he probably wouldn't leave me alone.
耶！
阿辽，如果你要跟那只小猫出门，我也去。
Leave me alone, Dad. So you want to come with us?
我说过了吧，我不放心你跟那只小猫单独行动。
大叔真的好烦呢。你要跟就跟啦，但是不可以打扰我们约会哦。
This isn't a date.
阿辽不用害羞嘛。
我无所谓，只要能看着阿辽就行了。
好，那我们说话你不要偷听哦。还有，阿辽想去哪里就可以去哪里，你不要管太多。
那也得是你没有硬拉着他去的话。
我才不会强迫阿辽呢。阿辽，你说对吧？
Actually, you tried to do just that several times. Senpai has constantly been trying to get me to have dinner with him after all, though it's not like I've made an effort to compromise with him either.
好，那我今天会乖乖的。阿辽陪我出门好不好？
Oh, he asked so politely. All right, absolutely. Let's go. Meanwhile, I'm sorry. Don't look so sad. Leopard looks disappointed. I feel bad, but have no other choice but to ask him to take care of the place while we're out. Afterwards, I leave my apartment with Senpai and Tiger in tow. Yo, it feels bad, man.
我们到了。阿辽平常会来逛街吗？有没有想去哪儿？
What? Well, I don't really shop for myself that much. I've only lived in Taipei for half a year. I don't really have any interest in shopping, so I really hung out with my classmates. In fact, I've only been to the shopping district once since I've lived here.
哎，不会吧？难道平常阿辽周末都宅在家里吗？
Me. Well, there isn't much to say. He's right. I rarely go out on weekends, let alone head out in the city. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit it, but I think it's nicer at home.
没关系，那就由学长我来帮你介绍吧。阿辽，你比较喜欢购物、吃东西、打电玩，还是看电影呢？
Well, let's see here. Wait, aren't you cold wearing that? It may be spring, but it's still cool outside. Even if we're out in the city, it's not enough to wear a thin jacket.
我没问题的啦，毕竟我也是虎爷啊。
虽然神不会生病，但你这个身体可不一定吧？生病和身体虚是两件事，你可别把别人的身体弄坏了。
Okay, Dad.
大叔，你好啰嗦哦！我身体很好的啦，才不会因为这样就生病呢。而且在我的记忆中，除了寒流来的时候，我可是都这样穿的哦。这种程度没问题啦。再说，来逛街不打扮一下多可惜啊！
That's totally irrelevant, but he's right. I've never seen Senpai wear much. I'm fine as long as you aren't feeling cold. Just remember to tell me if you do, and we'll find something for you. It's not like we're in shortage of clothing stores around here. The street we're on is littered with stores. Even with a brief glimpse, I see at least 2 clothing stores. However, both of them are for women.
不需要啦。啊，有个东西很适合这种状况呢，说不定阿辽会喜欢哦。
Senpai cheerfully leads me around the corner and up to one of the street side stands. I wanted to ask Senpai what he meant, but when we got there, I could pretty much figure it out. The stand before me was festooned with fuzzy stylized animal hats. They hang from the top of the stand to the floor below in vibrant rows of fuzzy color. They had a wide variety including dogs, bears, tigers, deer, raccoons, as well as a few from cartoons I didn't recognize.
怎么样？这个很适合吧？
Oh, that's cute. Senpai tries on a hat that looks like a husky. Wait, is it okay to try these straight off the shelf? Oh, he looks so cute. Look at his little blush. The clerk comes over and starts introducing the products for us. Honestly, I thought he'd ask Senpai to take the hat off, but he happily continues his spiel. Senpai adjusts the hat and swings around dramatically. The dangling pom-poms swish around in the air as he moves.
阿辽，可爱吗？
Well, yeah, it's cute. Before me is a kitten. Actually, a leopard cat wearing a husky hat on its head. It's very cute. When you think about it, his cat ears are covered by dog ears. It's a pretty strange thought.
对吧？对吧？既然可爱的话，阿辽是不是应该买给我呢？
What? Why do I need to buy it?
出来约会的时候，买东西送给对方不是常事吗？
So pushy. It's still not a date, you know, and what common sense is that?
可是阿辽不是担心我会冷吗？拜托嘛，买嘛买嘛！
We did say that. The hat is so thick and fuzzy, and those ear flaps would cover his ears from the cold wind outside. Also, the price is pretty cheap. It wouldn't be that much of a hassle to buy it for him. But should I really get it for him just because he told me to? Yeah. It's cute. Save. I shouldn't buy it because he told me. I'll buy it. It looks good on him. Alright, I'll buy it. I hand the money to the clerk. He gives back my change with a smile, ignoring Senpai's weird comments. Still, I'm a little embarrassed. Senpai shouts with joy when he sees me paying for the hat. The pom-poms dance in the air as he bounces with excitement. I put my hand on top of his head, both to calm him down and to keep the hat from falling off.
阿辽，谢谢啦。
Senpai lowers his head and gives an adorable look. Dang, how does he do that? He can't fool me. He's just trying to woo me, so I'll go to Miaoli with him, right? I won't fall for his schemes.
这种情况就叫做恶意卖萌。
I forgot Tiger Dad was here. Awkward. Tiger came over just to mention that. For me to think that is one thing, but for him to say that as well... Well, now that we've bought something, we should get going. That was cute. We head off from the fuzzy hat stall, talking to each other as we walk down the street. Senpai ends up being distracted by every shop we walk past that interests him. Personally, I don't understand clothes, jewelry, video games, and the such, but I'm happy to keep Senpai company. After a while, Senpai says he wants to get a gift for me, so he ends up getting me a husky plush toy that matches his hat. Even though it's cute, I don't think I have a place to put it. Afterwards, Senpai goes through a few clothes stores, but doesn't end up buying anything. In one store, he ends up trying on a large hooded jumper, showing off with all the charm he can muster, turning to me and pulling the collar down with one hand. The jumper fits him snugly, but as tempting as it is, I don't fall for his ploy. Eventually, after wandering around the whole marketplace, we return to where we started. I'm tired. We had been walking for ages at this point. I must be visibly straining to the point where Senpai picks up on it.
阿辽，要不要休息一下，吃点东西？
Yeah. But we probably shouldn't eat much so close to dinner.
那吃一点点就好。 刚好这附近有很好吃的炸鸡。
有人说到炸鸡，
Where the heck did he come from?
没有要给大叔吃哦。
我吃阿辽的份。
Offering it to you makes no difference to me, so I don't see why not. It's subtle, but I noticed Senpai grumbling under his breath when I said that.
好吧，既然大家都要吃，那赶快去买吧。
Senpai brings us to a food cart. If the line's this long, the food must be amazing. Well, let's hope it is. It took half an hour, but we eventually got some of the coveted fried chicken from the food cart. Afterwards, we buy 2 cups of fruit tea from another nearby shop. 30 minutes waiting in line? I don't know if I'd do that. Senpai attempts to hold the bag of fried chicken and his drink at the same time. Now he's trying to use the skewer to pick up the chicken from the bag as well. I hope he doesn't spill the tea everywhere.
这炸鸡味道好香啊，跟平常的炸鸡很不一样。
呵呵，这家炸鸡可是特别的，这种味道你绝对没吃过。
这是挑衅吗？好，阿辽，快给我试试。
With a cheeky smile, I pick up 2 pieces of chicken on the skewer and bring them up to Tiger's mouth. He bites into it and eats them directly from my hand.
啊，竟然直接喂食！
不错，确实是很特别的味道。
Now that he's consumed the chi, the chicken is still there for me to eat. It doesn't surprise me anymore. I've seen it plenty of times, so I bite into the skewer of this decadent fried chicken. Whoa! The surface of the chicken is crisp. The soy-based sauce accompanies the juicy and chewy chicken perfectly without being salty at all. I've never had chicken like this. It really is special. It's delicious.
对吧？对吧？我也要啊！
Senpai has his mouth open, waiting for me to feed him. Senpai, can't you just eat your own?
可是我想要阿辽喂食嘛，不然不公平。
Senpai, unlike him, people can actually see you. Please don't embarrass me so much.
这样不公平
I
啦！
love this face of his. Alright, how about just 1 piece?
哈，
Reluctantly, I feed him 1 piece of my fried chicken. I'm worried someone saw that, but he licks his lips happily. God, it's almost like we're a real couple.
嘿，被阿辽喂食，开心。
Senpai, sometimes you're such an idiot, you know?
我出门的时候都是这么低呀。
People on dates don't just feed each other in public. Senpai, do you just treat everyone like this? Like, you keep talking about us being on a date. Well, so... I hesitate just for a moment. Like, what happens if I ask this and then things go badly? It totally ruined the atmosphere between us. I can't keep ignoring this. I've got to ask him eventually. Might as well be direct about it. Senpai, why do you want to be in a relationship with me? Senpai winks at me and swallows the chicken he was chewing on.
因为这样，阿辽才会跟我在一起啊。
Don't you just want me so I can be the priest of your temple in Miaoli? Us being together doesn't matter to you, right? So wouldn't it just be inconvenient if I ended up in a relationship with Senpai? You don't want to have to bring Yan Shuqi with you to Miaoli, right?
虽然确实是那样没错了，其实我觉得舒淇有可能去苗栗就是了。不过那不是重点，只是就如同阿辽说的，你来帮我们复兴香火，不会是短时间的事。那就代表我们会长时间一起相处，对吧？我觉得既然是这样的话，就得要确定阿辽跟我在一起会不会开心。
In that case, we wouldn't have needed to go out shopping today, huh? I mean, we'd have plenty of time together in Miaoli.
可是也没什么其他办法确认呢。而且苗栗也不是多乡下的地方，还是可以逛街的啦。虽然没有这里繁华，但也不是什么都没有的啊。
Oh, really? I don't know much about Miaoli. But even if we went back to Miaoli, Senpai, you wouldn't be Senpai anymore, right? You don't really need Senpai's body to reach me anymore, and you don't need to spread those rumors about us at the club.
因为刚刚也说了， 我觉得熟起来比较重要嘛。而且，虽然我知道离开了台北，这些就没用了，可是我现在毕竟是附身在你学长身上的。要是我用以前的方式活动，等我离开他之后，他会觉得很奇怪吧？我既然附身，就不能对这个人不负责，我只能照他的个性，他习惯的方式来行动。所以逛街、约会什么的，确实都是严舒淇的行动方式，我不能违反，所以也只能从他的行动方式来考虑要怎么跟你混熟啦。
Yeah, I guess it's not been easy for you.
不过我不会气馁的哦，毕竟一定要阿辽帮我们复兴香火才行啊。
Well, so then how will you be after you leave Senpai's body? At that point, you wouldn't be forced to think and act like Yang Shuqi. Wouldn't you end up a completely different person?
啊，阿辽，你担心这个吗？不会有问题的啦。我的个性本来就跟你学长差不多，我也是因此才会选择他附身呢。到时候为了配合你，我会尽量用你熟悉的方式跟你互动的，不会有问题的啦。
Alright. I still think it's strange though.
阿辽，你想太多了啦。
Is it really not an issue? I'm still worried about it, but I guess I can't really pressure him more at this point.
好啦好啦，没问题的，相信我吧，学长我说了算。
Senpai moves in close. He's a bit shorter than me. Then he reaches and pats my shoulder softly with his paw.
真的没什么好担心。
Our conversation ends just as he runs away. That was close. I could almost fall for his words.
阿辽，我知道这样说你会觉得烦，但你还是别跟他混得太熟比较好。
That's because you still don't trust him, right?
这种妖怪变成的神明通常没什么原则，他把话说得那么漂亮，更是不可信。阿辽也是，最好不要把他的每句话都当真。
But he's a god now. He isn't the same as a Yao Guai.
很多时候是习惯问题，身为妖怪时的习惯没改过来，他们自己也不觉得有什么不对。如果有上司看管，或许还没问题，但他现在离开主庙跑到这里，收服他的土地公根本管不着，谁知道会做出什么事？
Even so...
总之你小心点。
阿辽，我回来了，一口香肠哦，你们要吃吗？
Senpai shows up suddenly with a bag of marinated cocktail sausages, cutting off my conversation with Tiger.
要。
Yes, Senpai, I'll have some. We kept wandering around the marketplace, taking in the sights until we finished our dinner. Sometime later, we headed home, full after a nice walking through the markets. Man, who would have thought shopping all day could be so tiring? As soon as I get in the door, I make a beeline straight for the bathroom, have a shower, and head to lie down on my bed. When I come out, I find Leopard sitting on my bed, waiting for me. Has he just been there waiting for me all day? I feel sorry for him. I mean, we did just leave him and told him to watch the house. I'm still super tired, so I just lie down on my bed and use my phone. After Senpai's shower, I end up talking with him for a little while. Afterwards, we end up going to bed early for the night. After that weekend, my new college life, living with 3 big cat spirits, pretty much began for real. I come and go from school as usual, but for the most part, my life has been... Wait, what? My life has been turned on its head. Okay. I mean, I've never wanted an ordinary, boring life, but I know for a fact no other college students have to deal with this. If you didn't want a normal, boring life, why don't you like to go out on the weekends then, sir? I've tried my best to keep things normal, but people still catch me talking to myself, and, well, those rumors aren't great. I didn't have many friends at school as it stood, and that doesn't help to make things better. Luckily, I can handle classes by myself. As far as club goes, the other guys still don't buy that there's nothing going on between me and Senpai. I don't even bother taking them on it taking them on about it anymore. I've just learned to be okay about it. After all, getting rid of Senpai is mission impossible. All in all, I still can't say living with these cats is something I've gotten used to. My room isn't big enough to give me any privacy. After all, I've got certain needs, you know? In the end, there's nothing else I can do but to try and survive this. Besides, it's not like everything is to hate about it. I mean, it's hard to not find some enjoyment from living with 3 hot guys all the time, right? While we ignore one of them. That day, I was going to the bookstore to see if there was anything I would want to pick up and read for myself, and partially at the request of a certain guardian tiger. Senpai had a class, so he didn't come with. Of course, Tiger was with me, but Leopard left as soon as we started browsing the shelves. I guess he doesn't really have much interest in it, especially considering he can't read Chinese. So it was just Tiger and I, browsing about the literature section as usual. I was keeping an eye out for a certain collection of short stories, but I couldn't find it on the shelves. Instead, I resorted to looking around for anything that catches my interest. I checked over a few book covers, but none struck my tastes, so I kept browsing along down the shop, finding myself in a corner that I don't recall ever paying attention to before.
阿柳，我去那边看一下。
Tiger suddenly seemed very interested in a certain bookcase. I went over to see what was so curious about it. Huh? Oh. Textbooks? I'm surprised at Tiger's interest in these school textbooks. It just looks like boring study material to me.
这个是手机介绍吗？还有电脑系统教学。平常看你玩电脑，我也挺好奇那些电子产品是怎么动起来的。有没有这方面的书啊？
Oh, maybe? Let me see. It took a while, but I finally found a book about the development of computers. Flipping through some pages, it looks like it has chapters on computer history, the development of the internet, and other related topics. I'm not too sure about Tiger's grasp on physics, but it seems like the explanations are given through analogous stories. He'll probably get the gist of it. Give this one a go. If that's what you want, I'll try to find some more.
好。
The guardian tiger reaches for the book, pulling out its chi form, proceeding to flip through a few pages.
好像不错啊，阿柳。
Oops. Not yet. I'll keep looking for a bit.
那我先把这本书拿去看了。
Okay, have fun. Tiger paces over to a table and sits down, pensively reading his newly found textbook. Turning back to the literature section, I pick out a book to read. I promised that I'd wait for Senpai to finish class so we could walk back together, so I might as well do something while I'm waiting. I read my book, occasionally glancing over to see Tiger absorbed in his. As the hours passed, I was about halfway through the novel, but he was almost at the back cover of his book already. There's no way my novel is bigger than that textbook. How does he read so fast? With a satisfying thump, Tiger closes the book. He then gets up to grab another from the shelf. Some time passes before I finish my book. Just as I do so, Senpai finally calls me. Huh, that worked out nicely. Oh, Senpai, we're pretty much done at the bookstore. I'll be over in like 5 minutes.
好啊，我在食堂等你。
I quickly finished reading the last few pages. It was actually written quite well. I take a moment to ponder my feelings about the book, not even noticing that Tiger is still reading across from me. I guess he ended up finding another book. Tiger, it's time to go.
啊？哦，好。
After being told that we need to leave, he promptly closes the book in his paws, though he seems a bit dejected about having to stop. You only just started reading that one. Why not buy it if you want to keep reading later?
可以吗？
I asked Tiger to show me what book he was reading. It's not cheap. The price is a bit...
太贵的话就不用买了。
I could see the disappointment behind his words. Buy the computer history book for Tiger? We can come back and read it. I'm just gonna play this naturally. You can come back and read it. It's not worth it. Oh god, the music changed. This book really is just too expensive for me right now.
那就不买吧。
Sadly, we can't. It probably wouldn't have been very useful anyway. I flicked through it to find it's mostly glossy photographs, like a coffee table book. Ready to go? Senpai's probably waiting for us at this point.
好，
Besides, not buying books just means we can spend more money on dinner. Anything you'd like?
啊，这样的话，我得好好想想。
So we left the bookstore and headed over to the cafeteria, talking about what food to get the whole way. I'm so worried about today's quiz. Well, usually a quiz is no big deal, but recently, all my study plans have been severely messed up by some cats. Okay, maybe that's an excuse. It's not like math was my strength to begin with. Even though I managed to review the whole topic, it doesn't change the fact I didn't understand all of it. Cramming is never a substitute of studying after all. But I'll never get through this quiz by complaining about it. I keep calm, walk into the class, and gently take my seat. It's kind of weird to be in class at this point without Senpai with me. It's not his class, so obviously he can't get away with sitting in on the test. As soon as I get my paper distracting thoughts... What? Oh. As soon as I get my paper, distracting thoughts are put to the side. I give it a go, head on with all my might, even if I don't end up making sense of most of the questions. And as such, 40 minutes pass in the blink of fury and determination. All that fury and determination I had just a while ago burnt out to a crisp, my mind resorting to absent-mindedly scribbling on the back of the exam paper. Relatable.
3
I look up to find Leopard staring at my quiz. Third? What third? Wait, does he mean the third answer? I circle C for the multiple choice I'm on. I look up to see Leopard nod slightly. Is that really the answer? Just to make sure, I move my pencil to the next question and look at him.
1
I circle A and Leopard nods. The heck? He knows the answers? Maybe his math is pretty good? In class, he does always pay attention with that serious look of his, but I thought he was just trying to pick up on the Mandarin. Was he actually learning math? But how? Even if his Mandarin was good enough, you can't just walk into college-level calculus and get an A. I mean, even if it's just a general elective class, I can't even get through this quiz. I can't even read this sentence. Maybe Mr. Leopard is really a genius in disguise? It's a bit crazy to do so, but I follow the leopard's instructions. He's throwing them at me so fast I can barely keep up. But this is math. No one can calculate this fast in their head. I mean, are these even the answers? I doubt he'd lie about it though, and it's not like I've got any better options. Wow, we're stupid. So I let it be and complete the quiz with Leopard's help. Then I sit there and wait for the end to come. With class over, I turn in my quiz and whisper to Leopard while everyone packs up their stuff. So those answers, how did you know them?
看
Watch? Watch what? He walks to a desk nearby, then points to the seat. He was just reading out other people's answers. So does that mean I just copied on my quiz? That's cheating. Well, I was already cheating when I got his help on the quiz to begin with. It doesn't matter where he got his answers from. All I wanted to know was how he got the answers. I didn't want to cheat. Why didn't Guardian Tiger stop him? I see Tiger sitting in the back row of the classroom, seemingly delighted by the book he's reading. Yeah, this is my fault. I start to pack my stuff and get ready to leave. There's nothing I can do anyway, and at least I completed the first half by myself. Hopefully they don't catch me for cheating, otherwise I'll be screwed. Alright, I just have to study hard from now on. I won't let this happen again, but how should I explain it to Leopard? I wonder if he knows what an exam is. Well, thank you for your help. Nods. But, the way you did that wasn't good. It's called cheating, you know. I mean, you shouldn't copy other people's answers. That's against the rules and not fair to others, so don't do that.
不公平，
Well, see, it's unfair because I'm the only one who can see other people's answers. Understand now?
对，
So don't do that again. Sorry, I didn't realize those were other people's answers and I just followed you. So next time, please don't tell me other people's answers. But thank you anyway. I understood that he just wanted to help, but even with the best intentions, he made a mistake. Even if I pass this quiz, that's all I get out of it. I won't pass the final exam without actual study anyway. I mean, what if he helped me during the final as well? I'm really worried about this elective knocking down my GPA. So if I can just cheat with Leopard's help... No, I can't think about just cheating my way through this. I absolutely can't do that. I hesitate over it for a while, but with my stuff packed up, I leave the classroom. That night, we were at club practice. While our club leader gives a speech, I notice Jiahao coming over to me.
喂，阿辽，你上次不是问我卢凯族有没有云豹的神吗？
Yeah, how'd it go? You get something? I look towards the gods in question. He's listening carefully with his stern expression.
对，我一问我妈就知道了，好像不是神的样子。不过我们确实有和云豹有关的传说哦。
A legend about a clouded leopard, huh? What kind of legend?
当初我们部落的人在经过雾台的时候，族里的云豹在那里流连不去，想拉它走也没办法。之后族人发现那个地方是块风水宝地，因此就留下来，成为现在的雾台部落。
Thanks for the whole paragraph when we get one sentence.
总之是个这样的传说啦。我是不知道是真是假。老实说，我觉得族人在找地方住的时候，带着云豹跑来跑去，好像有点神秘。所以你说的云豹，可能就是当时让族人留下来的那一只吧？
Do you think he became a god after that?
是不是神我不太清楚哎。我们没有祭祀云豹，不过确实是很敬重他们，没错。可能因此让你以为云豹是神了吧？话说，你是在哪里听到云豹是神的啊？
I was probably just wrong about it to begin with. Well, I just heard something about clouded leopards being respected by the Rukai. Then I wondered if any of them were gods. They're important creatures after all, right?
这是当然啊，我们一直很敬重云豹的，绝对不会伤害他们。只是把云豹当成神有点微妙啦。如果说是当初带路的那一只变成神的话，还有话说；把整个云豹种族当成神来拜，据我所知没有那回事啦。
Okay, so that particular clouded leopard from the tale might really be a god, huh?
不过我妈没跟我说这件事，应该没有吧？而且我觉得不太可能有生物变成神，我们的神不是那种概念的。神应该是打从天地创世就存在的东西才对。
Now that I think about it, that clouded leopard never told me he was a god. Maybe there's just a different name for it? Regardless, there's definitely a basis for that clouded leopard to have come from the Rukai tribe. Maybe he might even be the one from Jiahao's legend? Right, I've got another question. Have you ever heard about Ali... ID...
阿莉莉安，
Oh yeah, Adi... Eh? I let out a noise. Leopardhead suddenly spoke out aloud next to
你
me.
怎么啦？咬到舌头啦？
Yeah, kinda. Anyway, have you ever heard of a god with the name Adidi Gan?
艾迪里安吗？我得回去问一下。
Adidi An. It'd be great if you could. Thank you for all your help.
哎，没什么，小事小事。
Now that that's over, I pretend to tell Jiahao that I need to the bathroom so I can get a chance to talk to Leopard alone. So, Leopard, Jiahao said he didn't know about any clouded leopard gods in the Rukai. You know anything about that? I've been putting this off for a while, but I decided to just ask him straight out. He probably knew I was suspicious of him anyway. Best just to ask.
我不是神，是灵，
Spirit?
就是灵， 不是神，
So if you're not a god, Jiahao was right then?
是
Okay. So are you the leopard who led the Rukai to Wutai?
是不是
Yes and no? What does that mean?
不止雾台，好茶
Oh
多纳
gosh. Konga Davanga is a Rukai tribe located in Malin district, Kaohsiung. A long time ago, there were 4 small tribes in the mountains of Konga Davang. One day, a hunter went hunting there with his hound. Some say that the name of his hound was Clouded Leopard, but others say that the hound itself was a Clouded Leopard. But the hound didn't come back home with him. When the hunter went back to place, he found the hound prone on the ground near a spring. The hunter saw this as a sign that this might be a place of great fortune. After learning of the hunter's story, all 4 tribes moved into that place, forming the bigger tribe of name Kochapongan is a Rukai tribe located in Wutai Pingtong. According to legends, a clouded leopard led a tribe to a place called that place 600 years ago. This was where the tribe settled, forming that name tribe of today. However, tribe name as seen on maps today is not the same place mentioned above, as the entire tribe had to move due to poor environmental conditions between 1977 and 1979. Interesting. Are those all the tribes you've helped?
带入
So he's been leading the path for the Rukai people to find better places to live for a long time now, huh? I guess he's done a lot for the Rukai people. I understand now. I'm so sorry for suspecting
不
you.
怪
Sorry about that. So, I guess Mr. Leopard is a good god. No, good spirit? He may not say much, but he's always got that distant look on his face. But from now on, he'll get a different face from me, one of respect. And that Adirirang who sent him here, hopefully this all turns out good in the end. Afterwards, I go back to my seat, wave to Senpai, and focus on our club leader's choreography tutorials for the rest of the meeting. I was sitting at my desk just as my mobile started to ring. It's a call from back home. Honestly, I don't want to pick it up, but it's been ages since I've talked to anyone from my family. After a moment of hesitation, I pick up the phone. Hello?
阿廖，我阿爸啦，最近过得好无？
Oh my god, they're speaking Taiyu. Yeah, Dad, I've been fine. Well, I can't really say... excuse me. I can't really say having to suddenly deal with those 3 cats is fine. But should I talk about that to Dad? I really want to find out if my family does have a history of having the ability to see the guardian tigers and other spirits. But if Dad finds out that I can do that, wouldn't he just force me to go back home? My older brother handles all the temple work these days. He takes it super seriously. It'd be stupid to put myself in competition to him anyway.
阿廖，你想怎？安尼都唔讲话啊？
Yeah, it's okay. It's just... Should I ask Dad about my powers? I don't think so. Save. No, I shouldn't talk about this with Dad. It's okay. I was just wondering about the books I sent home last week.
真好啊，阮才袂去同意咧。阿廖啊，唔是我甲你讲啦，这我小说莫定看，知影无？
Oops. I know. I just read books sometimes to relax myself.
哦，知影站站就好啊。最近好好想看，心情有好无？
I mean, I cheated on a quiz just a few days ago, but I don't think I should tell Dad that. It's been going alright. Life has been pretty good here and dance club has been going well.
欢喜就好啦，也唔。
Oh, man. Mm-hmm.
啊，你后盖什么时阵倒来哈？
I'm not sure when I would have some time.
清明就要到啊，啊学校敢有放假？放假啊会记你倒来嘿。
He sounds so aggressive. Qingming, also known as Tomb Sweeping Day in English. Qingming is a traditional Chinese festival that takes place on the first day of the 5th solar term in the traditional Chinese lunisolar calendar. This makes it either the 4th or 5th of April in a given year. Qingming is also a public holiday in Taiwan. Okay, I'll see if I can.
好好好，会转来就好。安尼较早困的哦。
Yeah, I'll make sure to sleep early tonight.
好啦，再见哈。
Bye, Dad. I let out a sigh after hanging up the phone. I didn't ask after all. I wonder if this ability I have is real, that I'm not just seeing things. Should I go back home during the break? Dealing with all the guardian tigers back home sounds like a pain, though. Maybe I should just wait until I finish school and everything else in Taipei. But I have to go home someday, and if I can still see them, then what should I do? Forget it. There's still plenty of time. I put down my phone and returned back to my desktop, saving my dilemma for another day. So it's Friday already, huh?
阿辽，
What? What is it? What's wrong? Senpai jumped out of nowhere with intense determination, almost shocking the living daylights out of me.
阿辽，这个周末我们去泡温泉吧。
Eh? Hot springs?
对呀，最近天气不是很冷吗？正是泡温泉的好天气的说。泡到全身暖暖的，出来吹吹凉风，买些小吃，一边休息一边吃。
Oops. Now that you mention it, I've never been to a hot spring before. By the way, isn't that expensive?
还好吧，虽然是不便宜，不过也是少吃1-2次大餐就够的程度啊。毕竟是难得的享受，1个月1次的话，还在可以接受的范围吧。
The price of 1 or 2 dinners? I already spent heaps on books and things this month. I don't think I've got any more money to squeeze out of my budget.
阿辽只是不想去吧。
Well, really no. You only see it in anime, and wouldn't we be bathing with a bunch of strangers? And then a pretty girl shows up all of a sudden?
阿辽不要相信那种漫画剧情啦。男生女生一起泡的那种叫混浴，不过其实非常少见，基本上是找不到的。一般来说，都是男女分开的。很多人一起泡的叫大众池，确实是要跟陌生人一起泡，没错。不过阿辽要是害羞的话，也可以去泡汤屋哦。
Cheeky, cheeky.
简单来说，就是一个小房间里面有大浴缸，可以在那里泡温泉，很舒服的。因为是个别的房间，也不会有陌生人跑进来。对第一次泡温泉的阿辽极度推荐。
A private bath? Wouldn't that be even more expensive than the public baths?
是没错了，不过机会难得，这次就当做我请客吧。阿辽，
Oops. Really? But I don't want you to waste your money.
就像我说的，只是1-2次大餐的钱而已，说少不少，说多不多，请客一次还是没有问题的。
Yeah, but what I really wanted to say was, that's Yanshu Chi's money, not yours.
我说没关系，就是没关系。阿辽再不答应，就太不给学长面子喽。
Alright, fine, let's go for it. Yeah, it's a bit strange, but I couldn't refuse him. He really wants this. In what feels like barely a second, Senpai is already on his phone looking up the hot spring for the weekend. The next morning, we take off in a bus heading to the depths of the mountains. Eventually, we arrive at the old street village surrounding the hot springs. Wow, there's a lot of people here.
和家乡的老街挺像的嘛。
人多，
哎，阿辽，你以前没有来过吗？
Nope, I'm from the south, so I've never had a need to.
但这里很有名哎。你来台北也半年多了，不是应该这种观光景点都要去一次看看吗？
I have no money.
好，阿辽好可怜。
You don't need to call me kid, senpai.
那没办法，只好由学长我来帮阿辽介绍喽。该怎么介绍呢？我想想，在我们上来的路上，你应该有注意到，我们一直在沿着溪流走吧？ 换句话说，下面的溪水就是温的呢。虽然我没有实际摸过啦。因此啊，这边出现了很多温泉汤屋，不知道是先有温泉街而变成了观光区，还是原本就有老街之后跟温泉区合并。总之，如你所见的，这条街的摊贩后面的房子，大部分都是温泉汤屋哦。
He's really said a lot.
附带一提，因为溪水是温的，也有些人会直接在河边泡免费的温泉呢。虽然在我看来，那跟玩水差不多，不是很推荐啦。
Yeah, you don't know what's in the creek water.
我们今天要去的店在这边，跟我来吧。
Senpai hurries me along the street enthusiastically. The other two walk behind us.
好多熟悉的摊贩呢。
I look around. Preserved plums, roasted corn, almond tea, mochi, and so on. It's pretty typical for a market street like the one from back home. Though a few special things do catch my eyes. For example, there's some wild boar sausages. Leopard is currently staring at them. Oops.
阿廖，我们买这个。
Glossary, boar sausage. There are many wild boars in the mountains of Taiwan, and boar cuisine is an indispensable part of Taiwanese Aboriginal culture. In the past, a roasted boar would have been enough to fulfill an entire tribe's dinner. However, in modern times, roast boars are usually prepared and sold as small sausages, allowing city people to get a chance to enjoy this traditional delicacy. Other dishes such as stone barbecues and bamboo rice are considered modern Aboriginal cuisine and are very popular in Taiwan. Tiger is drawn toward the roast suckling pig, which has been prepared into tiny meat cubes right at the shop. Why, so far, every game that I have played on stream, suckling is always involved. Please spare me. Suckling pig. Roast suckling pig is a traditional Chinese cuisine with a long history. Similar cuisines can also be found in other cultures around the world. Traditionally speaking, roast suckling pig refers to a dish involving a whole pig, but smaller sizes are more popular these days. You can even find the dish sold in night markets. In Chinese tradition, the pig is considered an important sacrifice. Nowadays, Cantonese-style suckling pig is well known around the world, probably because of the popularity attained from the local population's great respect to the formal sacrifice traditions. In a formal sacrifice rite, 3 kinds of sacrifice must be prepared: raw, half-cooked, and well-cooked. According to some traditions, raw sacrifices are for the guardian tigers, half-cooked sacrifices are for the primal gods, and well-cooked sacrifices are for the ancestors. For ordinary families, an easy way to prepare this is to provide 3 different dishes made from just 1 suckling pig.
不行啦，吃东西要等到泡完温泉后，吃饱饱进温泉会很难受的哦。
I could do with a snack, but considering I have to eat whatever tiger and leopard want too, I suddenly feel super duper full again. Senpai's right, we might as well go to the hot spring first. Alright? Come on guys, let's get in there already. They don't want to. I end up needing to push tiger and leopard to pry them away from the food and get them moving. Luckily, there's heaps of people around, and I don't stand out doing so, even if I am pushing midair. The imagery in my mind, that looks so stupid.
这边。
We look so dumb right now. Senpai runs into a nearby building. The building itself resembles a traditional Japanese inn. He walks to the counter, handing 2 booking slips to the receptionist. Huh, so Senpai already had everything booked online and printed? I didn't even notice. He's more on top of things than I thought. The receptionist finishes booking us in, and we're led to our bathroom. At first glance, the bathroom is big. A marble pool takes center point while its water steams from the hot springs toward the back of the room. Toward my feet, near the entrance, is a small resting area. Even after several more glances, I'm still astonished by its size and grandeur.
感觉挺高级的嘛。
奢侈。
Why does it feel like they're scolding me? It's not like this was my choice. The staff member shows us where to find some robes, towels, and drinking water. Then they remind us of the time limit, wish us to enjoy our time, and leave us be. I think I missed some of that.
好了，阿辽，已经开始算时间了，别发呆，
The lighting.
赶快开始吧。
lighting on the character sprite.
来来来，这边是给你放脱下来的衣服的地方，浴袍在这，泡完温泉可以穿。如果你不喜欢赤脚的话，这边还有拖鞋，虽然我一般是不用啦。另外，因为泡温泉会出汗，容易缺水，一般都会准备矿泉水给你喝。要是阿辽觉得口渴，就直接拿吧，不用客气。
You seem like quite the regular customer.
因为我很喜欢泡温泉呢，因为喜欢，所以要推荐给阿辽哦。
But this place seems expensive. I don't know anything about hot springs, but I know this room can't be cheap.
因为我刚好拿到折价券啦，有折价券就不会太贵了，也是因此才想招待阿辽来啊。
Really? I'm still uneasy about this. Is it really okay to just let Senpai pay for the bill?
好了啦，阿辽，都跟你说没关系了，而且2张票就可以让4个人泡，哎，很划得来，不是吗？
That is pretty epic. 4? Oh yeah, there's us as well as tiger and leopard. But should they really be considered as people?
也是，这可是很难得的机会啊。
嘿嘿，我就知道大叔会喜欢。好啦，不说废话，阿辽，赶快脱衣服吧。
What?
这是理所当然的吧？不脱衣服要怎么泡温泉？而且，阿辽，你有看到那边的莲蓬头吗？在泡温泉之前，要先把身体洗干净，这是礼貌哦。
I know, but I know this is pretty normal at hot springs, but this is way too embarrassing. Senpai should go first.
哦，好啊，没问题哦，我先来。
Senpai turns on the faucet, the bath beginning to fill. Next, he starts to remove his clothes, then and there. What? Ah! It was so sudden, I didn't get a chance to walk away or give him space. I can't just keep staring at his naked body. I turn my head away in an meager attempt to restore Senpai's privacy.
阿辽，你在干嘛？不冲身体的话，等等没办法泡温泉吧。
So dad. Yeah, I know. Why is that his business all of a sudden? Just turn around.
好好好，小孩子脸皮真薄啊。
I send a sharp look around the room, making sure nobody is watching me. The sound of Senpai's shower patters on the floor as I begin to remove my clothes. I try to get it done with quickly, but once my clothes are off, the patter of the other shower ceases. I turn my head to look, but I don't see Senpai.
阿辽，在这里啦！
Uh-oh. Senpai's already shoulder deep in the freshly steaming bath.
水放的差不多喽，阿辽，快冲吧！
Please, don't keep staring at me, Senpai.
好啦好啦，阿辽真容易害羞。
Senpai looks somewhere else for the moment. I turn my shower on and hurriedly wash myself. Now, all that's left is to slip into the bath.
很烫，小心。
Ah! It's a warning too late. I retreat almost as fast as I went in. The heat was more than I had anticipated.
哇，阿辽，小心点，要慢慢进温泉呢，等身体习惯。
Meanwhile, this guy just hops immediately shoulder deep in the bath. That'd be great, but I don't want these to be staring at me the whole time. I take a deep breath and ease down into the steamy water.
哇，阿辽，好厉害！
What's awesome? I sit in the water, suffering through the burning feeling taking over my whole body. Are people supposed to think this is relaxing?
我说大叔跟克劳，你们也来泡吧，虽然没有实体，但还是可以感受一下气氛嘛。
嗯哼，我看看啊，确实是很热的水。
Tiger puts a paw into the water, as if he wasn't even there. The water refuses to ripple at all. Leopard just shoves his entire arm into the water, grimacing from the heat. Ah, so hot.
阿辽，你太着急了啦，不过习惯后就会很舒服了哟。
Why do I feel like you're implying something?
思想不纯洁，才会想到那方面去哦。
He said, Teehee. Dang it, you're the one who said it, Senpai.
好吧，我也下去看看。
What about your clothes, though? I mean, sure, the tiger's clothes aren't real, but it'd be strange to see him wearing them underwater. Oh, we try to be slick now? However, as soon as he fully submerges himself, his clothes disappear in the blink of an eye. What? Where are your clothes?
当然是换掉了。穿着衣服泡温泉不是很怪吗？
Takes them off like a video game character. He unequipped them. I mean, so you can make your clothes disappear?
这不是当然的吗？神明的形象本来就不固定啊。
So you can do that anytime?
可以换衣服，只是那套衣服也是我形象的一部分，平常是不会随便换掉的。
Okay, so gods can change their clothes. That's cool. Talking about gods and their clothes, Leopard just stepped into the water. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this allowed? Dude, his butt's out there. I gotta say, this is a fantastic view. Leopard's just standing there, the steam rising around his well-defined body. My heart pounds as I see the reflection of his V-line mirrored on the surface of the misty, hot spring water. What? Tiger rests his back against the bath wall. The towering form of his rugged, handsome body contrasts well with the serene space steeped in tradition. I like Leopard's hairstyle. I like that. Freaking Tiger, your pecs, bro. Meanwhile, Senpai is trying to swim in the bath, his lithe body exposed under the rippling, steamy water. This is so tempting.
阿辽，你该不会有反应了吧？
His face. What are you talking about?
阿辽别害
Oh
羞
god.
我来验证看看。
Oh god. No. No, is this allowed? Senpai attempts to feel me up under the water, and I dodge him as swiftly as I can manage in a steaming hot bath. Hey, cut it out.
哎呦，只是摸一下嘛，又不会。
Bud.
小猫别闹，阿辽。
Tiger just smacked Senpai over the head, not forcibly, but it wasn't soft either. Senpai reels back, covering his head. He looks like he's about to cry. It's adorable in a way, but I won't feel pity for his pain after he just tried messing with me. By now, I'm used to the temperature, finally getting a chance to enjoy this so-called relaxation by leaning against the bath wall and letting the warmth seep through my body. I love Tiger's contented face here. It's cute. My aches fade away as the heat massages all of my muscles and the steam comforts what parts of me remain above water. I close my eyes and face upward. The water from the hot spring feels different, but it feels good. After spending some time in the bath, I can feel sweat starting to drip down my head.
阿辽，不能泡太久哦，不然会头晕的。
Oh, all right.
觉得难受的话，先上去散热，喝点水会好很多。休息一下再泡比较好哦。
I get out of the pool and notice the temperature difference instantly as a wave of cool air spreads over my body. I quickly grab my robe and a bottle of water. It really works.
对吧？对吧？
Senpai's left the bath as well. He walks around with a robe on, which is too large for him, the lower hem dragging across the ground behind his feet. Tiger and Leopard are still in the bath. Their eyes are closed, seemingly enjoying the hot spring. I wonder how they can enjoy that without having real bodies. This probably isn't the best time to ask about that. I spend a few minutes in the rest area with Senpai before returning to the bath. We continue to enjoy the hot spring until our time is up and the front desk calls.
所以说温泉很棒吧？
Senpai stretches his whole body while he talks.
确实不错，是很舒服的享受啊。
温泉暖和，
Seems we all liked it, myself included. I guess it wouldn't be the worst idea to go do this again sometime. But there's no way I could afford that myself without Senpai's vouchers.
好啦，泡完温泉后一定要做的就是逛街了。 大家应该都饿了吧？
说的没错。
Wait a second. Didn't you say that gods never get hungry?
好啦，开始逛街喽！
After talking about something to eat, we head straight to the suckling pig and the wild boar sausages they wanted earlier. Them wandering around. For the boar sausages, I buy a flavor called magao, which is said to be a type of herb from the mountain. Leopard also asks for some barbecue, but I have to refuse him. We have too many meats already. Instead, I get him some rice served in a bamboo tube. We keep walking along the old street, enjoying the sights and foods. Eventually, we make it to the end of the street as dusk takes over the sky above. The mountain is cloaked in orange while the sky is dyed lavender by the last lights of the sun.
哇，吃得好饱哦！
Yeah, I feel like I ate too much too.
谁叫阿辽要吃2人份呢？而且那2个还是实际上根本吃不饱的贪吃鬼。
贪吃鬼我就不否认了，但我可没有勉强阿辽的意思啊。
山猪肉好吃，想让阿辽吃。
Yeah, it was good. I couldn't tell its actual flavor because the magao overpowered it, but it did have a different texture than I'm used to from pork. But the bamboo tube rice is really good, along with the suckling pig. Honestly, I don't regret eating so much. I lean against the rail of the bridge we're on and look into the deep lavender sky. The sun returns past the horizon, and the first few stars begin to come out and twinkle. Instead of staying at home, I just spend a really nice day outside. I'm glad they're here with me. After all, this won't last long. One day, I'm going to need to choose one of them. Man, I can't really do that, can I? Eventually, I just need to ask them to leave so I can focus on my studies. I'm just thinking about this too much. It's all gonna work out eventually. Hopefully. Senpai, it's getting late, and you're not wearing enough to stay out at night. Shouldn't we go home now?
我没关系哦。
Oops. Alright, let's go. On our way back to the old street, I bought some hot spring eggs that Tiger requested. I also ended up buying a box of millet mochi for Leopard. Old street snacks. The street village in Nekojishi is based on a real attraction in Taipei. Both millet mochi and iced hot spring eggs are specialties there. Mochi, or rice cake, is a traditional food in southern China, usually made from sticky rice. Millet is rarely planted in southern China, but is a staple food of the Amish tribe in Taiwan. Therefore, millet mochi can be considered as a dessert that represents the history of both the Han and Amish people. Iced hot spring eggs are made by chilling a boiled egg in ice water. Said eggs are boiled in hot spring water, so they have a special aroma that's hard to duplicate. I guess that's my lunch for tomorrow sorted. It feels like Leopard and Tiger just keep on feeding me these days. I'm not gonna get fat because of these two, right? I walk into the cafeteria ready for lunch. Suddenly, I notice a strange person? Eh? Come on, I have to be seeing things. Is that a lizard man? That's definitely a lizard man. Okay, I know I can see spirits, and I know I should have expected to see more of them at some point, but a lizard man? Lizard man? No fantasy novel could prepare me to see one of those in real life. Hey, Tiger, you see that?
那个，哦，你是说那个妖怪啊？
A yao guai? A lizard yao guai?
蜥蜴，是有点像。不过怎么了？阿辽，你很惊讶。
What? Shouldn't I be surprised? That's a lizard man. Am I supposed to see a lizard man at school?
阿辽，妖怪出现在哪里都不奇怪啦。其实现在有很多妖怪融入了日常生活之中，出现也没什么大不了的哦。
Well, we got away with not seeing a yao guai in a long time. Hold on. Why have you never told me this before?
一般的妖怪是不会出现在虎爷附近的，感觉到就马上逃了。至于这个妖怪啊，你问问就知道咯。
I should ask him? Leopard looks troubled. I can tell he doesn't want to go near the yaguai. Now I'm a bit nervous. Why would Senpai want me to talk to him?
没问题的，阿辽，我看这个不是坏妖怪。
Oh? So there are good and bad yaguai?
当然有了，天地之气成型之后，不是成为神，就是成为妖怪。但如果没有人们信仰，就不会成为神，所以大部分都是妖怪。其中当然也有作恶的，不过不好不坏的也很多。至于这一个嘛，我也觉得阿辽你可以直接跟他谈谈，或许很有趣。
Interesting. Granted, I'm kind of interested in him too. Alright, let's give this asking thing a shot. Excuse me, hello? Aww, he's cute and he has glasses! I walk to the lizard man and attempt to greet him, trying my hardest to be welcoming. He gives me his attention, and then a second look. Suddenly, his whole body is trembling. Oh, he's cute.
你好，
Oh, stop. He looks behind me with suspicion. I know what he's looking at.
这位大哥，这里可以坐吗？
大哥.
可以坐，请。
Oh my god.
阿辽，我们坐下吧。
We take the seats in front of the lizard man. Tiger is standing behind me, and I can see Leopard standing behind the lizard man. He's all the more nervous for it, and I can see why. We've practically got him surrounded at this point. Well, this sucks. There goes my plan to not threaten him.
请问有什么事情吗？
Sorry about this. I'm just a little bit curious, so I wanted to ask you. I mean, are you a yaguai? I try to keep my voice down. I don't want to embarrass him, or more importantly, myself.
是的，两位同学是。
Oh, sorry for not introducing myself already. I'm actually just a student here, but recently I've been able to see yaguai like yourself. So I couldn't help but talk with you when I saw you sitting here. My name is Lin Tian Liao. Nice to meet you.
我是严舒淇。你们好，旁边这两位是。
我是妈祖座前的
God.
你可以把我当成阿辽的监护人。
He's so large next to him.
云豹，
哦，我知道了。如两位所知的，我是妖怪，所以人类的名字就不重要了吧？我的笔名叫兰道夫，是位画家。
Randolph. An artist?
是的，我今天是来取材的，要来拜访你们历史系的教授。
So you're a yaguai artist who has come to visit a professor at my college? Okay.
是的，你觉得很奇怪吗？
It does. I didn't mean that. It was rude of me to come up and disturb you like this. I'm so sorry. I saw that what I said had made him visibly nervous, so I tried to apologize as best I can. I've just got to think about how this would be for him. We just show up all of a sudden, surround him, and then ask him whether he's a yaguai. That's pretty forward of us.
没关系，不用介意，也不必那么礼貌。我只是个画家，讲话轻松点就好。
Randolph. So, why did you choose to become an artist? It seems like that's special for a yaguai.
我也没想到会有通灵者带着虎爷出现在大学里，还有我后面那一位，我看不太出来是什么，感觉是很强大的神灵。可以麻烦你为我介绍吗？
Oh, of course. My family is a Jitong family. We've served guardian tigers for generations. The man behind me is the guardian tiger who had come with me to Taipei all the way from my hometown. Or, I should say, he actually came along with the statue I brought to Taipei. The other guy behind you is the one who opened my eyes to all this. He's a spirit from the Rukai tribe who wanted my help, so he gave me this ability. Since then, I've been able to see all these gods, and I guess yaguai like yourself. Finally, this is my senpai. He's a leopard cat guardian tiger who also wants my help to rejuvenate his temple in Miaoli.
石虎的虎爷，石虎精。对啊， 被我家福德抓到就变这样了。
如果能借此成为正神倒是不错。不过你刚刚说复兴庙宇，也就是说土地神的力量已经很衰弱了。
Orthodox God, as yin and yang may refer to under the surface and on the surface. Correspondingly, Taoism temples fall into two categories: yang temples and yin temples. A yang temple is a temple that enshrine a god, or multiple gods, with genuine godship, which means the god has been authenticated by the Jade Emperor, or a human emperor. A god with genuine godship is considered an orthodox god. Similarly, a yin temple is a temple that enshrines a god, or multiple gods, without genuine godship. Normally, a yin temple is built by the local people to serve local ghosts, or yaoguai as gods, to appease them and to prevent them from harming people. His design, Randolph's design, is very much like a Argonian from the Elder Scrolls series, specifically the Argonians in Skyrim, with the all the spikes and his like head shape and everything like that, minus the fin. The god of soil.
难怪身上的味道跟一般妖怪差不多，几乎没有神力了。
所以说我很着急啊，可是偏偏阿辽不肯答应帮忙。
帮忙？但这位同学是大学生。
Yes, you're right. I briefly explained to Randolph why all three of them want my help specifically. So that's it. I'm not saying that I don't want to help them, but I can't drop school just for that. And to be honest, I'm not interested in becoming a priest. I'm a member of the dance club here, and I want to pursue a career where I can use my talent. But these three kind of put a spanner in the works. It's hard enough as it is making a living by dancing, and I have to keep up on school at the moment. It's not possible for me to just get up and have a 2-year break. Honestly, it's really been stressing me out.
原来如此，我可以了解你的烦恼。不过，对于他们想要找你帮的忙，你知道详情吗？
Details? I mean, sure, I asked about them, but how much could there be to it? Priest, oracle, jitong, whatever, they're all people who represent the wills of gods in society. So I can communicate with spirits. Sure, that's awesome, but being the go-to guy for, hey, I want to talk to the gods, isn't awesome after a while. Even if I get to have all these cute guys living with me, I don't want to spend a life steeped in the history of my ancestors.
这样啊。那么有没有想过用别的方法帮他们呢？
Alternative ways?
你现在还在读书，抽不开身，不过也不代表完全没办法帮他们忙，不是吗？
Maybe, but how?
哎，我相信总会有的。如果能让他们满意，或许他们就不会缠着你了。
说得好，赶快把他们赶走，阿辽就可以回家了。
我不觉得有那么简单呢。这种事情只做一半，完全没用吧？
阿辽来舞台。
See, it just ends up like this.
抱歉，是我说话太随便了。确实，这不是外人该随便插嘴的。没有深思就丢出这样不负责任的说法，真的很抱歉。
No, please don't. Talking to you is helping me think, and I appreciate it. It may be hard, but there's gotta be some way out. Even if there isn't, I have to try anyway. I need to try and work this out. Thanks. I'm surprised to talk to such a polite yaoguai like you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean...
没关系，我懂。确实，我可以称得上是妖怪中的特例。
So, are there other yaoguai like you living amongst humans?
其实还挺多的，不过在这之中也是有好有坏。哎呀
Oops. Are yaoguai aggressive to each other?
这个嘛，同种的妖怪先不论，不同妖怪间彼此通常是没什么好感的。
So they're racist.
大部分的妖怪都很讨厌别的妖怪干涉自己的领域，只是在城市中和其他妖怪接触的机会大得多。比较聪明的妖怪都已经学会彼此不加干扰。至于会闹事的妖怪， 大概都被神佛或其他妖怪处理掉了吧。
They're taken care of. So does that mean most 妖怪 in the city are good?
好不好要看你什么角度去看了。在我来说，大家只是不想闹事而已，当然也不是都那么平稳的。新妖怪出现，其他妖怪进来，都可能会改变原本的势力。当然，要是出了什么事，那就是庙宇的作用了。
I guess that's why some people still hold on to these traditional beliefs. People go to temples now for blessings of fortune, better luck, or just to pass their next exam. I wonder if it's because of Yaogwai we seek these things in life, or maybe it's just because of them that we have these problems in the first place. Besides, I have a lot of questions I want to ask Randolph, but I don't know where to start. So, why did you choose to become an artist? You seem pretty unique for a Yaogwai.
其实这也是机缘巧合，算是帮助我一个朋友吧。
Oops. Was this friend of yours a Yaogwai as well?
是的，
So you joined human society to help that friend? What happened to your old life?
其实原本我也是躲在人类社会中过活，毕竟我需要的能量比较特殊。进入人类社会可以获取更多的能量，对我来说也算是互利互惠吧。
Oh, that's what you were talking about? Mutual benefits between you and your friend? Mutual benefits? What kind of benefits?
可以更直接的接触情绪，毕竟我是个以人的情绪为食的妖怪。哎，不用担心，我不会吃你的情绪的，我现在吃的挺饱的。
Emotions? I mean, sure you can get a lot in the city, but isn't that more dangerous for you?
我原本也有些担心，不过其实只要照一般人的方式过活，其他神明妖怪就不会来干扰你。
I see. So, mind if I ask how you actually eat emotions?
读者回函，
Fan mail? Sorry, what?
读者回函，读者寄过来的信上经常会附着很强的情绪，毕竟你要够喜欢或讨厌才会写信。
Haters.
尤其是里面夹刀片的那种。
Seriously?
会寄刀片的很少啦，我还没。
Oops. Fan mail. Unbelievable. So I guess your life is pretty good.
其实不怎么轻松。默默无名的话就不会有回函，没有星座自然也不会有。而且我附身在这身体上，不想让身体死亡的话就得进食。老实说，要同时顾及情绪的分量和日常生活开销还挺不容易的。
Man, all his voice lines are not cut up properly, sad. So you still need to work for money?
当然啦，
You don't sound like a Yaogwai at all.
在城市里生活的妖怪大多如此，所以我才说不怎么轻松，尤其是生活费。哎，这个世道不太好过啊。
It's hard to imagine that even Yaogwai have to work hard for a salary.
是啊，毕竟我这种妖怪不适合赚钱。要是真的靠妖力赚钱，要不触犯到其他妖怪的地盘，要不就是闹大了被神佛处理掉吧。所以只能乖乖靠绘画当收入，这可不容易。
Artists aren't paid much? Man,
我是有固定连载的，还算好，但杂志销售量也没有多到我能稳定度日，所以只能另外接案。然而这方面也是很不稳定。画家毕竟每个人技巧都不同，很难定出统一的价格。
Oops. I never thought that a Yao Guai would have so much to complain about.
确实，画家是很辛苦，但这时代哪个职业不辛苦呢？
Got that right, sir. Their will? Does that mean his will was to become an artist?
当然，其实也没什么大不了的，大概就是
I listen to Randolph's stories. Mostly it's about his life as an artist, his struggles, his successes and failures. But nestled in, there are tales and rumors from the Yao Guai world. You'd never think about it, but a Yao Guai artist's view on life is really captivating. In what feels like moments, the time has flown by. Randolph is startled when a stray glance leads him to the time displayed on a nearby television.
哎呀，不好意思，我和教授约的时间要迟到了，我得先走了。
Alright. I'm sorry that I've taken way too much of your time, but thank you for speaking to me.
没什么，偶尔和知道妖怪的人聊天也很愉快。那么有机会再见吧。
Agreed. Goodbye for now.
拜拜。
Bye bye. As we watch Randolph leave, Senpai is already back on his phone.
对了，阿辽，我们好像也翘课了耶。
Yeah. What? Shocked, I take a quick look at the time. We were talking for ages. Not only has our lunch break ended, but our lecture is almost over as well.
没关系啦，这堂课又不点名。
Hey, that's not the point. You may not care about lectures, but don't let me in with you. But he's right. It doesn't really matter. What else can I do? We decide to wait it out till our next class as I sit there in the cafeteria with Randolph's stories and advice still on my mind. Randolph, who... Since speaking with Randolph, I've been thinking over what he said about trying to find some other solution with the cats. I'm worried that if I just went and asked them about it, they'll just think I actually intend to help them then and there. It'd be mean to get their hopes up. But if I just keep ignoring it, wouldn't they end up pressuring me about it anyway? I guess I've got no choice but to talk to each of them and try to understand everything. I just have to think of how to time it. It'd be easy to talk to Tiger privately at least, since we're in the bookstore, Senpai's in class, and Leopard can't read anyway, so he's off gallivanting somewhere. Tiger loves this place so much, he'd probably live here if he could.
阿良，你今天不看书吗？
His voice sounds absent as he focuses on skimming the textbooks before him without looking up. It's as if he doesn't really care about how I would answer. Well, I just have something on my mind. A vague answer leaves me as I stumble my thoughts, not that he seems too interested in listening.
这本不错呢，这本上次是新书吗？这个的话，不知道能不能当成参考。
I've definitely never seen anyone this deeply invested in the quality of textbooks before. He'd make a good school teacher at the very least. But back to the point. Tiger, you know...
怎么了？哦，没事，我不会要你买它们了。我知道这些书都很贵，老实说有点不懂呢。
Well, it's true that... Oh, he's someone saying that. Even if they were $2, there's no way I could buy enough to keep you satisfied.
确实是那样了，不过我也在想，这样效率不太好呢。有没有什么别的方法可以吸收这些资讯呢？
Other than reading books? What about the internet?
网络上找吗？但是会有这些书这么详细吗？
Well, you probably won't find everything as neatly organized, but at least using the internet is free.
确实，以阿辽的生活费来说，不花钱比较好。网络上嘛，那这些书里提到的论坛，
Tiger seems to be lost in thought, pondering to himself. Wait, I still have to talk to him. Hey, Tiger.
怎么？
He's so engrossed in his book, he doesn't even look up. Come on, give me some attention already. It's just that I wanted to ask If I don't go home, is there any other way I can help you?
啊？怎么突然提这个？
Finally, I've got his attention.
帮助我吗？但我不需要帮助。还是说，你是想问当机的事情吧？
Yes, is there any way that I don't have to go home and become a G-tone?
既然你有能力可以通灵，不当机就太浪费了吧？能通灵的当机可是万中无一，只要你肯当，不管是你家人还是娘娘，都会很高兴的。
I know, but what if I really do stay in Taipei and never go back home?
那很可惜呀。
And that means that the only way you'll be happy is if I go home?
我知道阿辽不想回去，就算你决定不回去，我也会支持你。如果你留在台北，除非开一间分庙什么的，
I want to see the
但你也
other.
不想吧？
I want to see the other tigers. Oops. So that's how it is.
我也说了，离你毕业还久，你可以慢慢想，不急在一时。只是不要答应去帮另外那2只就行了。
Yeah, I'll think about it.
当然，
For a while, an uneasy silence dwelled over us, so I decided to try and change the subject. What kind of things would you like to look up? On the internet, that is. Do you want to have a look together when we get back?
真的。
I think that brought up his mood a bit.
这样的话，这个和这个，啊，阿辽，你可以用手机帮我记录一下吗？
Oh, he's caught on to people using phones to keep notes now. Those books look pretty technical. How the heck does he make sense of all this? In short, I ended up spending the rest of the night looking up stuff for him on the internet. I wanted to play games tonight too. I spent the next few days trying to get some alone time with Leopard to speak with him, which is easier said than done. I can't exactly talk to him during class, and afterwards, Tiger always joins us. But dance practice is going to be my best chance. Leopard will always come to dance practice. Tiger's always off to the side brooding, and Senpai is usually busy with the other senior students. Today, I make sure to go to a corner away from Senpai and Tiger to practice. Leopard followed me, so this should be as good of a time as any. As much as it's never boring to watch Leopard dance. Hey Leopard, I've been meaning to ask you. I get out my words between breaks in the routine I was working on. A while ago, you told me that you wanted for me to go to Wutai to be an oracle, but what would you do if I didn't do that?
等
Wait until when?
等到阿辽去，
And if I never do? You say that your tribe needs an oracle, but if I don't go to Wutai, is there any other way to help you?
不当祭司帮忙，
Like finding some way I don't need to be there physically? The internet's pretty handy these days. People could just send questions and I can answer back from home.
不当祭司不知道，但需要阿辽看见我说话，其他人
I get that's how an oracle works and all, but I don't know what kinds of problems you need me to solve. Do I need to do something, or can I just let people know what's going on? I just don't really want to leave Taipei.
问题很多，有很急，都想解决。
But what can I do for you from here? There has to be something.
不知道，祭司很忙，要跟很多人讲话。
What about using the internet or speaking over the phone?
不知道，不行，应该。
Sure, there's a bunch of things that you absolutely need to discuss in person, but not everything's like that. And Leopard, he's determined to get something across to his tribe. But what's also important here is that they actually trust me as an oracle. Being Han Chinese makes being trusted by his Aboriginal tribe hard enough as it is. Being a voice on the phone wouldn't help one bit.
阿辽，累了吗？要不要休息一下？
Huh? Oh, I'm fine. What's he on about? I'm already taking a break.
介意我坐这边吗？
Oh,
我看你好像跟克劳聊得正开心。
he literally shoved him to the side. No, not at all. In fact, it's a pretty serious discussion.
关于去雾台帮忙的事吗？
Yeah, that.
我也可以听听吗？
Is that even a good idea? Are you two basically opponents over me?
也不完全呢。阿辽，你要是不回老家，可以先帮我复兴庙宇，之后再去雾台。虽然我知道克劳希望你尽早过去，不过这件事还可以谈嘛。所以我跟克劳是好伙伴哦。
Senpai grabs Leopard's paw in his to emphasize his point. Leopard doesn't seem to object to the move, but his face is always the same, so I can't really tell either way. Alright, but Senpai, what's with you calling him Kulao? His name is Li Kulao. Li isn't his family name or anything, that's just how the Rukai language works.
我知道啊，可是叫李克劳，不觉得很生分吗？平常我们叫同学，也都是只叫名字。 我觉得克劳比较好听嘛。
Isn't that a bit disrespectful? I'm kind of worried that Leopard would take offense to Senpai's new nickname for him, but his expression never changes. I don't really know what to make of it, but at least he doesn't seem to disapprove.
所以就是这样，我现在跟克劳是好朋友喽。
It seems like an overly one-sided friendship at the very least. Well then, you know, Senpai, it's pretty rude to cut into other people's conversations.
好啦，我之后再慢慢问克劳。那我先去忙喽。
And there he goes, off again. A classic Senpai move. Anyway, I guess we should probably continue talking about this later then. Leopard takes a while to respond. I guess he's got his mind on something else. I wonder what. I can never tell with him. Why do we not call him by his name? After that day, I keep on trying to talk one-on-one with Senpai again and again, but the opportunity never comes up. I didn't expect him to be such a hard cat to catch. Tiger and Leopard are always with me during class. Prying Senpai away from his fan club is near impossible during dance practice. It's not any better at home at all. With all three of them there, I can't just go have privacy with one of them. But today, I finally come up with a scheme that should work. It basically boils down to distracting Tiger and Leopard with all food at the cafeteria while I sneak in a few questions with Senpai. I know I won't give you much time, but it's better than nothing. You know, Senpai. He was eating pork rib noodles. The school cafeteria is famous for having the best fried ribs around, and they're even better when dipped in rich, soupy broth. But now's not the time to shill my college. You know about what you want? I'm about going with you to Miaoli to help restore your temple.
所以，阿辽，你答应了吗？
I haven't. Please don't jump to conclusions.
好啦，阿辽有什么要问的吗？
Well, say I wanted to stay here in Taipei. Is there any way I can still help you?
我想有点难呢，毕竟复兴香火这种事，在远方很难控制啊。你要怎么在台北说服苗栗的人去庙里拜拜？
Like passing along spiritual messages?
在那之前，要先把庙打扫干净吧。
What about if I came over on weekends and help out with that?
我觉得还是很难呢。你人不在那里的话，还是没有庙公，很难管啊。虽然我这么说有点怪，但做人还是脚踏实地一点比较好。
Your reasoning isn't very convincing, Senpai.
就算是这样，也不要说出来啦，尊重一下你学长好不好？
Well, maybe you should work on being more respectable first.
总之，
怎么，小猫在跟阿辽吵架？
没有吵架，我跟阿辽感情最好了。那
Really?
怎么回事？哼，你们吵架好，最好赶快吵一吵，然后滚回苗栗去。
大叔你很啰嗦哎。
不高兴的话，现在离开如何啊？
怎么会？大叔人最好了。
还是大叔啊。
虎爷，大叔，
不要连你都来啊。
And that's how this conversation ended in an argument. That night, I was browsing through some tech forums with Tiger.
我看完了，往下吧。
Following his orders, I scrolled down the page, his eyes peering over my shoulder.
果然是这样吗？好，上一页。
I clicked to go back a page.
这个，就是这个，点进去。
I click on the article he's pointing at.
抱歉，阿辽，拖累你了。
A little bit. I didn't want to complain, but it's kind of exhausting to sit around and wait for him to read each page, then move on to the next one, and the next one. I don't even know what any of this stuff means. If only he didn't need my hands to work the computer for him. Isn't there a better way to do this? I'm pretty bored just sitting here watching you read. Why not ask Senpai to help you use the mouse?
什么？我才不要呢！为什么我要帮大叔啊？
Oops.
我也不想要那只小猫帮忙。
But this is no fun for me.
那也不能让我帮敌人啊！
就算是为了阿辽，我也不想拜托他。
They really do have it out for each other, don't they? Should I do something? Should I try to get Senpai and Tiger to get along? Yeah. You guys need to learn how to friendship. I should find a way they can work together. Hey, how about we take this from a different angle? Senpai, if you and Tiger can get used to helping each other out on the computer, then maybe he'd stop asking you to leave.
好像有点道理。
Tiger, if I refuse to help, you won't have any other option but to work with Senpai.
才不会！要是阿辽你不帮我，我就不用电脑了。
Wouldn't that be a shame? It's only help clicking the mouse. It's not like you need to be friends. He just has to do what you say.
就算这样，
Hey, you don't need to do it right now, but please, promise me you two will think about it.
好吧，看在阿辽的面子上，我就考虑看看吧。
再说吧。
They really don't intend on getting along anytime soon, but what else can I do? I just have to write it out and see how they go, I guess. It's Friday. Another week's gone by, and I still have no clue what to do.
阿辽，
Eh? What? Senpai jumps out of nowhere, determined to get my attention, shocking the living daylights out of me as usual.
这个周末我们一起出门吧。
Again? Senpai, you always want to go out. Aren't you tired?
啊？周末出去玩是正常的吧？阿辽才是，周末都待在家里，不觉得无聊吗？
Oh, I'm fine with staying in. It's a great chance to get a rest. With the 3 cats around, it's hard enough to take care of them every day. Then they always want to go out on the weekends too. Sometimes I just want a day to do nothing, with nothing to do, just to stay home, rest, and take my mind off of things.
而且啊，马上就要到清明节了，在放假之前，有个地方我想去。
You always want to go somewhere every week.
这次不一样了，现在刚好正是适合的季节的说。
Man, first we got hot springs, now we're doing a festival. Checking off the list, man. What's so special about this season?
这个季节啊，阿辽，
Well, it's spring. We already went to the hot springs, and you can't say there's many cherry blossoms in Taiwan.
有点像樱花啦，但是这个花在台湾比樱花更普遍哦，不知道吗？
Taiwan doesn't have any blossom festivals. What do you mean?
真是的。好啦，阿辽，你既然不知道，我就不卖关子了。我们去赏桐花吧。
Tong blossoms?
哇，阿辽，你不会连桐花是什么都不知道吧？摘也要有限度，桐花再怎么说也是很常见的花吧。虽然现在有点早，不过再过一段时间， 合适的赏桐花地点就会有很多人喽，所以这个时间去正好啊。毕竟这几年政府有很多宣传，例如现在就有推出所谓客家桐花季的活动呢。
The Hakka Tung Blossom Festival. Established in 2002 in Taiwan, the Hakka Tung Blossom Festival is a recent festival that promotes Hakka culture and ecotourism. Tung flowers typically bloom around April or May. As such, the date of the festival changes every year to reflect this. Huh? The Hakka Tung Blossom Festival?
没错，虽然照惯例，我这时应该开始介绍什么是客家桐花季才对，但老实说，我也不知道。我只知道现在接下来就是桐花盛开的季节了，所以阿辽，我们就赏桐花吧。
Flower blossoms, huh? I don't actually know what the tung blossoms look like, but I guess a tung blossom garden is probably going to be pretty similar to a cherry blossom one. Honestly, as it stands, I've only ever even seen cherry blossoms bloom in manga. So where can we go see them?
桐花这东西还是新竹苗栗一带最多呢。虽然很想带你去看看我私藏的桐花树海，不过太远了，阿辽肯定不愿意，所以退而求其次。其实，在很近的地方就有哦。
So where are they around here?
学校后山，稍微远一点的那个。
Huh, that's actually not that far out, but since it's in the mountains, that means you have to hike up, don't we?
阿辽不想爬山啊。
Oh, it's not that. I'm just thinking out loud. Honestly, it sounds a lot nicer than the usual, yeah, let's go look at some shops full of stuff we can't buy. I don't know why, but I prefer places that don't have many people around. Okay, so what do we need to bring?
看你要不要野餐，要的话就带点食物，最多带块塑胶布上去。除此之外，应该没有什么特别要带的。阿辽想去的话，那些我来准备就好了。
Yeah, sounds good. I'm all for it, but I'm not sure about how the other two feel about it. I turn to look at the other two cats. The tiger shrugs his shoulders, and the leopard is just sitting there, looking blankly like usual.
没什么不好吧？
那就这么决定喽！耶！明天去赏桐花。
That's how yet another weekend was planned out for me. We're really gonna let him do all the work packing the food. Brr, it's so cold.
真的呢。不过山上的空气好清新哦。
Malcolm Station. Are you even capable of feeling cold, senpai?
哎，再怎么说也都4月了耶，现在的温度早就不需要外套了吧？
This high up, of course you need a jacket.
阿辽身体好虚哦。
But you have fur. That's hardly fair.
实际上没毛的哦。
Tiger and leopard are spirits, so it's not like they feel the cold.
好了，别斗嘴了，你们两个。小猫，你也不要跟阿辽挑衅。要是因此害阿辽感冒，就算你的。
大叔才是整天都在叫阿辽多穿一些，穿太多也很难过的耶，你知不知道啊？
总比感冒好吧？
Leopard comes over to me. Before I work out what he's doing, he presses his paws against my ears, sending his warmth right through me. It really cuts through the cold. Oh, thank you.
哼，哪有这样的？我也要。
His face. Senpai runs over and gives me a big hug.
你这小猫真是……唉。
I was expecting Tiger to come over and pull Senpai off me. Instead, he pulls all of us, including Senpai and Leopard, into his arms with one big hug. Yes. Okay, I think that's enough. Being hugged by the three of them is really heartwarming, but I'm kind of anxious over someone seeing us. Well, me and Senpai, that is. It's weird for two guys to be hugging like this out in the open. Hey, okay. I did think to try and push them off of me, but I know I wouldn't have been able to, so I just stand there, enjoying their warm care and affection. They let go of me, eventually. Worried about anyone having seen us, I rush them to move on.
就是他们吧，跟谣传的差不多。看来事情会很有趣呀。
A dragon? Another lizard? Seems like a villain. We follow Senpai to a small path going up the mountain. While this mountain has been built up for tourism, the hiking trails wind all over the place. Without Senpai, we'd probably have gotten lost by now.
我看看，
Ooh.
没错，网络上的赏花攻略说往这边走，从这里进去之后，
I like that they edit each of the character sprite arts to match the lighting of the setting. It's nice. Hey, Senpai, what do tongue flowers even look like?
是一种白色的，会掉满地的花。奇怪，怎么都没看到呢？照攻略的话，这附近应该有了。
We walk down the path, enjoying the fresh mountain air, but still not seeing any flowers other than the few bushes growing alongside the hiking trails.
不知道更进去会不会有呢？
We go further along the trail until we come across a series of stone steps. Imagine how many stones they'd have to bring out here to make all these steps. The neatly placed stone walkways make hiking up a mountain feel like a leisurely walk through the park. A little further on, and the walkways ceased to be paved with stone, becoming dirt paths stamped out by visitors over decades of use. Thankfully, the weather had been nice the last few days, so it wasn't muddy.
到了这里都没有。
You think we went the wrong way? Maybe what? Senpai didn't answer, just kept walking ahead quickly ahead. The map held tightly in his hand. There was nothing I could do but follow.
应该是这里才对。
We arrived at a place that looked like an abandoned farm with a small hut on the far side. Next to the empty field stood a grand tree, its shade reaching out over the ground below where a large boulder laid beneath. It seemed like the perfect place to sit and have a rest.
就是这边。不过，好像没有开花呢。
So this is a tong tree?
那棵大树就是了。不过没有开花，是太早来了吗？可是苗栗那边这个时候桐花差不多开了说。
是北部的关系吧？
北部，所以呢？
台北比苗栗还北，所以桐花的花季也比较晚吧？
是这样吗？亏我还想让阿辽欣赏一下漂亮的桐花雨的说。
Senpai, I still think this place is really nice. Isn't it the perfect time to have our picnic anyway? It's a shame we didn't see the blossoms, but I didn't know what to expect anyway, so it's not like I feel like I missed out on anything.
还有办法，
Senpai runs over to the tree, holding his paws against the trunk.
或许可以呢。试试看。阿辽，等一下，我要做很严肃的事情，记得不要打扰我哦。
He's gonna manipulate the... Whoa, really? Senpai stands before the tree, puts his paws up to his chest, and performs some kind of ritualistic hand sign. A green aura slowly starts to emanate from within him.
哦，
Tiger and Leopard seem kind of nervous. What's going on? The green aura quickly surrounds the tree, slowly seeping into it. As this happens, the tree begins to shake irrespective of the breeze. Some of the flower buds begin to open up on top of the tree. Suddenly, as if a wave of energy had shot down the tree, all the flowers blossom at once. A sea of white petals covers the branches of the grand tong tree before me. Some of them even begin to fall to the lone boulder below. Breathtaking.
还可以这样啊！
很漂亮。
I go over to pick up one of the tong petals. It's pure white, not a blemish to be seen. The flowers even had pollen inside them. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought the petal had blossomed normally just like any other. Senpai, that was awesome.
嘿嘿，佩服我吧？虽然只有一棵树，不过这样总算可以让阿辽欣赏桐花了呢。
But Senpai, I thought you didn't have any good god powers. How'd you manage something like that?
没关系啦，这是我身为妖怪时就有的力量，不是消耗神力，没问题的。
Oh,
好啦，别说那个，既然场地准备完成，我们来野餐吧。
Senpai swiftly takes the blanket out from his backpack and spreads it down between falling tong petals.
说到远足就是野餐，说到野餐就是零食。来，阿辽，你准备了什么呢？
Sweets? We aren't kids, you know, Mr. Big College Senpai.
人要有童心嘛。
Senpai drops his backpack down and takes out some cookies, crackers, and an assortment of pastries. I mean, you could eat that all in one go, but it's hardly a proper meal.
那，阿辽准备了什么？
I open my backpack and silently take out a bento box I prepared earlier this morning. I made it while Senpai was still sleeping. I never cooked, so I just used some recipe I found on the internet, so it probably didn't turn out any good. Not to mention those mistakes I made while putting it together. Thankfully, Tiger was there to help me fix them. I tried my best to cook a variety of vegetables and meat. At the very least, it should be good for me.
等等，该不会爱妻便当？
Chill. Hey, no way. I was just thinking that I should try making a bento for our picnic.
哇哦，阿辽，没想到你会为了我
He's vibrating.
等等，你这小猫也太不要脸了！
不然你说是为了谁嘛？你们又不用吃便当。
我们可以吃啊，最后再由阿辽吃掉就好。
哼，浪费。
哪里浪费了？
总之，阿辽，这个便当是为了我做的吧？
这个便当的做法还是我教的，怎么可能给你这小猫？当然是供奉给我的。
阿辽的便当，想要。
Wait, it's only a bento. I quickly hid the bento behind my bag to keep it away from any funny ideas they might have. Hey, no need to bicker over it. I made this for my lunch today. Why would you think I made it for you?
但是阿辽，你吃之前先给我们吃也没差，不是吗？
That's true. It'd be kind of mean to not let you guys have it for no reason.
等等，不是那样哦。如果说没差的话，不就是把我排除在外了吗？
你不需要。
怎么连克劳都？我也想要阿辽的手制便当啦！
Senpai looks at me with the unconvincing, sad puppy eyes while Tiger and Leopard slowly close in on me. What should I do? Aww, I don't want to choose. I don't want to choose who to share my bento with. Save. Okay, so Tiger did help me cook it. Senpai does need to physically eat. But he could... but it's my lunch. We could share it. But I have not interacted with Licolau at all yet. I don't know. Let me think. Okay, so if we give it to Tiger, then I can eat it too. But if we give it to Senpai, then we don't get to eat. If we give it to Licolau, then we will be not ignoring him for the choices. But we'll do his choices later eventually. I'll go with the Senpai. Okay, at this rate, I'll just have to pick someone. Senpai. Oh wait, he did bring snacks. I could have just had him eat his snacks. Senpai, that junk food is all you brought, right?
对啊，出来远足吃零食不是惯例吗？
You could have just eaten your snacks. Senpai's idea of perfect hiking food would just make most people ill. It's just gonna be really weird having a proper meal while you sit there and eat a bunch of junk. So you can have some if you want.
谁？
Huh? Leopard's sudden outburst catches me off guard. Catches me off guard, my attention quickly focusing on him.
不好吃呢。这个姜汁烧肉是不是有点太咸了？
Hello. That is, who are you?
小子，你是第一次下厨吗？爱妻便当做到这种程度可不行啊！
Teach me how to cook, sir. I know that. Why do you think I was going to eat it by myself? Oh my god, look at his thighs. I like his tail. I like his spiky head.
你刚刚不是正打算要给一个人吃吗？ 所以说，这是决定要跟对方在一起的意思了吗？
It's not like that. Don't jump to conclusions.
但你不是正在被那3只追求啊？还是他们搞错了？
You're mistaken. Also, who are you? Don't you know not to go around and steal other people's food?
我怕他们3个打起来，所以来帮你嘛。不知道要给谁吃，给我吃不就解决了？
I think I missed that he ate our food. It's okay, now we can all starve together equally. That's still stealing, and you should at least ask me first.
就是，
Oh my god.
平常遇到其他土地神是应该要好好打招呼的。不过现在是你无礼在先，准备好好被骂一顿吧。
Bruh. Tiger's still taller. It's easy just to ask. How dare you be so... Huh? God of soil?
对啊，怎么了？
我懂，是因为形象差异太大吧？先不说是不是神了，这个外表怎么看都是个龙人吧？还是西方龙？
怪人。
Oops.
确实很多人这么说呢。我也知道我的形象很特别。
I need an eyes emoji. Or... I am looking.
总之你们好啊，我叫拉古拉隆特，是个树王公，叫我拉古就好了。
Lagu. Laranta. Ragoo. No. Ragoo Laurent. Grand Tree Lord. Shu Wang Gong. In some Chinese traditions, people tie a red strip of cloth to old trees as a rite that acknowledges that such tree has a soul, a tree god. For some very old trees, people may even build temples for them and shrine them as gods. Those tree gods are called Grand Tree Lord. Grand Tree Lords are considered local gods, similar to gods of soil. They are thought to protect their villages, but are not considered high-level gods. Most Grand Tree Lords are either banyan trees or camphor trees. Where did banyan trees... What other media was that? Was that in Was that from a MXTX work? I'm gonna look that up later. Ragoo! What? Grand Tree Lord?
土地公的一种，依附在树上，或是老树成精之后被人当成土地公供奉的，就叫树王公。
Oh, look at him. Okay. Oh, I see. So he's a tree spirit that looks like a dragon? Okay. What kind of tree looks like that? Not to mention those clothes. Everything about this guy is just weird. Where did he even come from?
可以吐槽的地方太多了，我就不跟你计较了。总之，你怎么可以来抢我的便当吃？被你那样摸过，谁都不想吃了啦。
没人说是你的，小猫。
那也不是大叔的。
你只是想说大叔这个词吧？
Hey, hold up. We're getting way off topic again. More importantly, this guy's a god of soil? If he's a god of soil for real, then I should probably show more respect. Not that the way he's treated me has been respectful at all. But how could a god of soil look like that? I've absolutely never learned about any gods that look like that. I am
土地
looking.
公也是有各式各样了。
这样子真的很特殊呢。不过灵气骗不了人，他真的是土地公。
You've got to be the weirdest god I've ever seen.
确实很扯，连我自己都觉得很扯呢。
Well, at least he's proud of himself, but that doesn't really answer why he's dressed like that.
阿辽想知道为什么长这样？
嗯，是吗？我也不是一开始就长这样，我本来嘛是一棵老榕树，简单来说就是树王公了。后来发生了一些事情。对了，你们看我身上这套衣服，猜猜原本是啥？
How are we supposed to know where his weird clothes came from?
看你一脸困惑呢。这个是防止土石流的护网哦。
I like that they incorporated like lore, a reason for why his clothes are like that. Oh, you mean those ones along the edge of cliffs to prevent rocks from falling?
没错，某次土石流把这东西挂到我身上之后，我在信徒间的形象就变成这样了。
Alright, I guess that makes sense. But why would a Grand Tree Lord look like a dragon?
那只是因为我的树干部分看起来像龙啦。
Really? A dragon?
某次被雷劈到之后就这样了，说我看起来像是盘踞在地上的龙。哎，一开始我也不懂，后来有个艺术家还特地为我作画，把我画成一只在暴风雨中沉睡的龙。那个气势啊，我自卖自夸是不是不太好啊？但我是想说，那个画家画得好了。
Randolph?
不过他给我画的那张画上面没穿衣服，但我也不能不穿衣服乱跑，对吧？
So instead, you gallivant around in a net?
对呀，小弟理解力真好呢。
I am a college student, you know. So what about the nickname? I couldn't imagine many Grand Tree Lords who would want to be called Ragoo.
哼哼，是有一个什么尊王的啦。可是，哎呀，我都被画成西方龙了，要是还叫什么尊王，不是更奇怪吗？真的那么叫我，反而尴尬了。
Well then, what are you doing here, Mr. Ragoo?
不了，注意一下用词。
Alright, sorry. But why did you choose to grace us with your presence?
不用这样讲话啦，刚刚那样就好。我也不喜欢信徒跟我太避讳。
这应该叫没大没小。
确实对神明要有基本的尊重了。不过也有像我这样不喜欢什么尊者啦、圣王的，讲话太尊敬，感觉很怪了。
Bro, I can't stop staring at his torso. It's drawn so well. The form, especially around his hip. I'm moving on my mouse, but you can't see it. But like that area, the form is really defined, like near his back. This guy really is a unique god, that's for sure. But why did you choose to talk to us? Not to mention steal my bento.
来看你们呢，
See us?
你们很出名，你不知道吗？
Huh? Famous? How can that be?
通灵子弟带着3个神怪跑来跑去，当然会出名了。在附近的妖怪间早就传开了，他们没跟你说吗？
不知道。
我也不知道，我忙着过严舒淇的生活呢，没空找妖怪聊天。
我知道阿辽肯定不想听这个。
Huh. Tiger, you knew about this?
多少有听说了，那些妖怪喜欢闲话家常，聊些这种事也没什么。
但我听说你是一个很大牌的小鬼，让3个神怪追求你，还故意不选，摆架子开后宫。
What? That's what they're saying? What do the Yaguai think they know about this?
哎呀，时代进步了，妖怪也需要娱乐的。游戏、小说、漫画，会看这些的妖怪多的是，就连我也有一台信徒送的3DS 呢。
3DS? 3DS? The name drop. Oh, there it is. Someone just dropped off a 3DS on like in front of a tree in the woods. Like, come on, man. What? How?
按按钮什么的还是能做到了，当然不会在信徒面前玩喽。
Oh wait, did I like double click by accident? How do I Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Wait, that's not important. What other rumors are there about us?
就是开后宫啊， 你看，你让他们3个留在你身边，又不选出一个，还让他们不断讨好你，
Yeah.
这不是后宫是什么？
I'm not letting them follow me. They won't leave. It's not like that. They're the ones who came looking for me. Sure, they want me to go off and help them, but there's no way I can make such big promises to them. That's why we're stuck like this. Not to mention, all 3 of them are male. Even if the Yaguai are being really open-minded about it, they surely can't expect me to want to be like that with all 3 of them.
在你眼中，他们3个是男的？
What does that mean? What? How else would I see them?
是那样吗？这也不是不行啦。所以你眼中的我也是男的吗？
Yes, a young dragon man.
我还以为自己会被看成一个开朗的大姐姐呢。不过小兄弟，神是没有性别的，神在凡人眼中的形象都是由凡人的信仰决定的。
A jolly
也就是说，你认为他是男的，他看起来就是男的。
A jolly old aunt. That's so cute. I love you, Ragoo. I want to see alternate art.
换句话说，他们在你眼中的形象，这一点当然不一定了。不过，你确定他们不是你喜欢的类型吗？
So you're saying Ragoo thinking of themselves as a jolly old aunt, swiping our bento and eating it, and being all casual and chill. I kind of love that. Huh? What? I thought that I'd been seeing beastmen just because they're animal gods. That's normal, right? I guess different worshippers would perceive gods differently according to what they themselves believe. After all, I've heard stories about Guanyin being male or female, but I never thought that their genders weren't actually a set thing. Guanyin, named from the Sanskrit Avalokitesvara, which means sound perceiver, is an East Asian bodhisattva. A bodhisattva is a term used to describe those motivated by great compassion. Therefore, Guanyin is commonly known as the goddess of mercy. Guanyin is one of the most famous gods known to Chinese people. According to the needs and requests of the worshippers, a bodhisattva may appear as either male or female. Therefore, we may also say that bodhisattvas don't have any genders. The majority of Guanyin statues built in China before the Tang Dynasty were male, although most people now consider Guanyin as female. This is also why she is now known as the goddess of mercy. Well, at least I know Senpai is a...
阿辽，我确实是知道你的性向后，才透过严舒淇接近你的，所以要说是那方面的意思，确实没错啦。
就是啊，不管是同性恋还是异性恋，喜欢正太都很正常吧？
What are you talking about?
不管怎么说，外人看来，你确实在开后宫，不管是哪一种。
Yeah.
不得不说，刚刚就连我也认为那个便当是不是你故意要吊他们胃口呢？
It's not like that's what I meant to happen. How could you think like that? I'm just a guy. They're gods.
这时代跟神谈恋爱的故事难道还少吗？
You must have been misinformed.
其实也没错吧，阿辽，毕竟我们都已经同居了。
Also, you're the one thirsting over me the most, Senpai. Senpai, please don't make it worse.
那样的留言我听起来也挺尴尬的。我们神可不会对人类有情欲上的冲动，自然也不会有那方面的想法。虽然我是很希望阿辽不要理他们，毕业后能回老家，但可不是要阿辽跟我交往的意思啊。
Reliable dad. I understand his words, but that doesn't make hearing them any better. The conversation seems to be lost on Leopard, which is probably for the best.
好了，不开玩笑，我也知道他们不是那样想的。至少除了那个小……
不准说小。
好了，除了那只山猫以外吧，但确实是有那样的谣言呢，所以我就好奇来看看了。这位小兄弟，你对他们真的没有那方面的想法吗？
None at all.
没有吗？在我看来，你们的关系真的挺暧昧的。别的不说，跟他们之中一个在一起，对你来说也是好事吧？
Great companions? Would that really be how it works out? You still don't know everything. You don't even know what they're asking me to do.
我有听说他们有求于你，具体来说，到底是怎样的请求？
A Jitong, a priest, an oracle. I would have to choose one of those roles and perform it for years for just one of them, perhaps even my whole life. I can't just make a promise like that to all of them.
换句话说，答应的话，就是一辈子要跟对方在一起喽。
Why'd you have to put it like that?
不是这样吗？你说要把人生赔上去，长时间陪着对方，那也差不多。但就算你觉得很难选择，你这样让他们3个一直围着你，而你却逃避着不做出决定，不觉得对他们很不尊重吗？
Oh, I never thought of it like that.
你也不可能一直逃避下去，总是要做决定吧。既然如此，你就把它想成一个转机，可以跟喜欢的神在一起，选一个好好安定下来，如何？
Thanks. Thanks, jolly old aunt. It's not like that's an easy thing to choose. Not to mention there's other things I want to do in life.
跟另一个人在一起，本来就会影响到人生规划，就算是一般的对象也一样吧。
Oh my god, excuse me. Imagine if you had a relationship with another human. Okay. That doesn't make it any easier. Even if I refuse all 3, it's none of your business.
因为看你很烦恼的样子，所以来帮忙开导一下嘛。而且别的不说，你拒绝的可是神哦。
Oops. I want to make my own decision. Please, I don't want you trying to make my own decisions for me.
就是别人的事才能闲话家常啊。
As annoying as it is, he's not wrong.
总之啊，假如这件事没有2全其美，3全其美的办法，那你就早点做出决定吧。
Oops.
我是没关
need
系，
to calm down.
阿辽只要毕业后回家就可以了，所以不能跑去其他庙当庙公。当然，原住民的祭司就更不用说了。
大叔真是不为人着想，我这边可是有关性命的事情哎。
不过就是你回去当妖怪而已，没什么大不了的吧？
我家福德失去神力也没关系吗？
土地神又不会消失，只是没人拜，没神力而已。如果当地人真的觉得不需要土地神，那也是没办法的事吧。
If the local people don't feel the need to worship them, then that's just how it is. Okay, that's makes sense. Sobbing, vibrating. Please, just stop, you two. It's hard enough to decide as it is without you making each other cry. This really is difficult for me.
我知道很为难，但拖下去，事情也不会自动解决吧？
Maybe, unless something else comes up.
阿辽要赶快来雾台，会出事。
Yeah, honestly, that sounds like the most pressing, urgent matter. Also, Nikolai is the one that gave us this ability to see them. What is it?
大家会有危险，要告诉大家。
哦，就是那种神显灵帮信徒避开灾难的寓言故事吧。虽然对克劳不好
Oh
意
my
思，
god.
但这种事每个庙都会有。
He said, "You're not special." He said.
所以才不能跑去其他庙宇。阿辽，你是林家人，你们家的庙，妈祖娘娘的信徒才是你该关心的。你本来就不可能把每个地方的困难都解决，那就更没道理要去帮外人。
That is also true.
大叔好自私。
你们才自私吧？
我大概能了解你的困扰，确实是很麻烦的状况呢。
You guys don't get it. I'm not playing around. I'm stressed every day.
但我也要提醒你， 你现在做的只是放着让他们3个讨好你，一直到你能做出决定，或是有人帮你做决定为止。这可不是好的态度。
I guess so.
而且，这件事很难说。那些妖怪间似乎在流传些什么，你最好注意一下，尽快把这件事结束比较好。
What does that mean?
哈哈，没什么。总之，你就想成要跟谁在一起就得了。反正不管最后选谁，伤害还是免不了嘛。那不，
Oops. Why do I have to make it sound like I'm breaking up with someone?
我是觉得没什么不好了。神的形象可以依照你的喜好而改变，还可以保佑你。想要跟神在一起的人可是多不胜数，更何况我听说你癖好特殊，这是能让你满足癖好的唯一方法吧
？How do you know about that?
哎呦，这么说是真的喽
Oops. Why? The Yaoguai are gossiping about me like that? About that stuff? Thinking about it is almost too embarrassing to handle.
总之，你想的太复杂，只是给自己负担。不如用比较轻松的方式去考虑，你才能早点做决定。
Ragoo. Think simple.
哈哈，这是我身为土地神的建议，你好好想想吧。
Ragoo pets me on the head. Ah.
好了，小兄弟，记得不要太过分，知道吗？接下来几天，我还会待在这附近。要是有什么事，尽管找我啊。
I hope we see you
那么
again.
再会喽。
I hope we see you again. Ragoo says goodbye with a hearty smile before starting to fade away, as if he wasn't ever there to begin with. Huh? Wait. He was gone. What kind of god just brings up a topic like that and just leaves? What a weird god.
我也没想到他会说这些。我原本还想说不要让阿辽知道的。
Why?
怕你不舒服啊。这本来就是那些妖怪乱说话，就算告诉你也没什么好处。谣言这种事，就是只能放着让它自己消失，不如不知道，对你的心情还比较好。
不过我觉得他说的没错哎，阿辽，你一直这样拖下去也不好吧？拖下去事情只会越来越糟哦，还是赶快跟我去苗栗。
Senpai, please.
而且我可以跟阿辽交往没问题哦，就算要陪阿辽一辈子也。
I don't know. Please don't say things like that. Leopard raises a paw and gently taps Senpai on the head. Senpai plays along, acting stunned as if he just smacked him. Finally able to collect my thoughts, I look back towards the picnic and bento laid out before us. Now that Ragoo has taken a bite out of the chi, would any of them even want to eat it? So, what do we do about the bento? All three of them remained silent. None of them wanted the bento anymore. There was kind of a weird mood, but I should still eat my lunch. I did make it for myself after all. I picked up my chopsticks and looked down at the bento. All the pieces of roasted meat laid untouched in a tidy row, but I couldn't help but recall Ragoo picking one up and eating it. I sit down for a moment and calm myself. Ragoo was correct. Postponing my decision isn't going to help anything. Nothing good will come from just waiting, especially for Senpai. His Fudegong's powers probably won't hold out much longer. I always thought I could keep up with this until graduation. Time's running out, isn't it? But that doesn't mean I should be hasty. I need to think about this. This is my life we're talking about. I still need to think about what's best for me. If that means I need to refuse all three, I should do it sooner rather than later. However, if it was so easy to make them leave, then I wouldn't have to stress out over it. What should I do? I raised my chopsticks, about to snatch up some lunch, then suddenly...
阿辽来啊！
Huh? Senpai, what are you on about? As I look up to check what he's up to, Senpai deftly drops one of his crackers into my mouth. It took me completely off guard, though through involuntary coughs and a bit of chewing, I eventually managed to swallow the cracker whole. I could have choked on that. Senpai, are you trying to kill me?
阿辽把我的午餐吃掉了，所以我要吃阿辽的午餐。
Oh, what? Senpai snatches the chopsticks from my hands and picks up a piece of roasted meat.
好吃。
I don't believe you, Senpai. Senpai, there's no need to lie about it. I know it's not made well.
没关系啦。不过我还是会吃的哦，毕竟是阿辽亲手做的便当嘛。
But aren't you bothered by eating that after Ragoo already had some? You're the one who was so grossed out over the idea before.
毕竟他就吃一点点，而且阿辽做的便当不吃多可惜。就算这样，我也不会放弃这么好的机会的。
Thanks, Senpai. It still tasted pretty bad, didn't it? It's my first attempt at making a bento. It couldn't possibly be good. Even Ragoo said as much.
味道不重要啦，重要的是心意。
Even though I didn't really make it for you?
没关系，因为便当被我吃掉了，所以就是为我
He's
做的。
coping so hard right now. Your logic doesn't make any sense, Senpai.
那是因为我超厉害。
That makes even less sense. Really, Senpai, I don't get you sometimes.
那不重要啦。好了，便当给我。阿辽，你去吃零食吧，这可是我特地施舍给你的哦。
What? No. As full on as he is, Senpai's ridiculous assertions made me chuckle. And in that moment, he swiftly takes the bento from my hands and starts to force down big mouthfuls of rice, meat, and vegetables. There's no getting that off him now, so I guess I have no other choice. I silently nibble away at the snacks Senpai packed for me as I watch him gobble down the rest of the bento I worked so hard on. Once we finish eating, I pack up the leftover rubbish. We have to keep the field clean after all. Senpai pulls out a bottle of juice and passes it to me. I take a swig and lay down against the rock under the tree, taking in the breezy scenery around me. Clouds had gathered over a distant mountain peak, creating fog and shadows in shades of white and gray. A thick haze obscures the lush forest underneath. Even though it's spring, cold air still blows through these mountains. I zip up my jacket and let myself relax a little. As I look up, I see some tongue-flower petals drift down onto my shoulders. I brush them off, leaving them to fall on the picnic blanket below, brilliant white petal snow forming around me a petal at a time.
对了，阿辽，我们带一点藤花回去好不好？
Home? But where would we put them? I watched the petals fall on the picnic blanket. Senpai made them blossom just for me. The fallen flowers didn't have stems, so I guess a vase wouldn't even work.
哦，这种花，其实只要拿个盘子装水放在上面，就不会太快枯萎，应该可以放个3-4天吧。
Actually sounds like a cute way to display flowers. Huh? Really? I imagine a picture of serenity as the tongue flowers drift across the water on a nice little plate on my bookshelf. But how do we get them home without crushing them? That's the problem.
确实很难呢。如果把便当盒洗干净放在里面的话，
Wouldn't they just smell like food then?
可惜没带洗碗巾。
Wait, what kind of person would bring soap to a picnic? Packing an extra box would make way more sense. Senpai gathers the flower petals into a small pile about the size of a fist. They're beautiful, but I couldn't imagine how to keep them pristine during the trek back home. As I watched Senpai gather more flowers, I thought through what to do. This lasts just a moment as my attention shifts to Leopard walking over to the tongue tree. Ooh. Before I know it, Leopard throws the flowers up into the air, holding his paws around the flowers as if he were about to catch them as they fall. However, none of the flowers fall back down. Instead, Leopard must be using his powers to suspend them in the breeze.
哇，不愧是克劳，这招好厉害！
真是浪费神力的做法。
Leopard looks around a bit while keeping the flowers suspended over his paws. Soon enough, Senpai comes over with his backpack.
克劳，你可以把花放进去，让花在背包里漂浮着吗？
可以，
一直到我们下山回家。
可以。
耶！感恩克劳，赞叹克劳。
Oops. Senpai dances happily around Leopard. It's nice to be able to take the flowers home and all, but does he really need to be so excited about it?
阿辽要把这些花装饰在房间里哦。
I guess so.
要一看到这些花就想到我哦，
Why would I?
因为是我提议要带回去的。
I mean, Leopard's the one who's actually letting us be able to bring them home.
可是，你不觉得我跟桐花比较搭吗？
How so? Senpai's frozen with shock, so I walk over and help Leopard open the bag so he can float the petals inside.
阿辽喜欢花，
I guess so. It's a long way up here. If anything, it's a nice idea to bring them back as souvenirs for this trip. Jirachi, hi! Leopard cat senpai is beautiful like the flowers. I zip the backpack back up. The bag's kind of full already. Are the flowers really floating around inside? How you doing? How's it going? I think we are towards reaching the end of the common route. I wonder if they'll end up getting crushed during the walk home anyway. You be vibing? Ayy, that's the best. I'm not so sure, but Leopard's face remains unchanged, so I guess it's okay. Well, now that we've got our souvenirs, we should head back, right? Oh, no worries. Thank you for being here today. I'm glad you can make it. I've been thinking about, you haven't streamed much lately, right? I'm assuming you've been busy with like work and stuff and life and stuff maybe. But whenever you do, I hope I can catch one as well.
哎，时间还早的说。
In real life, B, I feel that. I feel that. I hope it gets better.
附近山路都可以走看看吧，说不定还有其他风景优美的地方。
I guess Senpai's idea isn't bad, but it took ages for us to get here. I'm just worried about going out too far at this point. The paths are well marked, but I'm still afraid of getting lost. We don't really know where those paths go, and we'll be in big trouble if it gets dark and we can't find our way back.
现在才刚过中午哎。
I just don't want to go too far from the metro station.
也是了，我也会担心迷路。不然，我们先回捷运站附近看看，那边还有很多商家可以逛。
Yeah, sure. Senpai and I plan out our trip back down the mountain. As we backtrack our steps on the map, none of us mention our encounter with that weird god of soil. I wonder if it was awkward for all of them too.
好，那就暂时撤退喽。这种
Oops. I start packing up the remains of our picnic. Afterwards, we head off back down the mountain. The pathways were narrow here, so we end up walking single file. Walking in a line doesn't make it easy to strike up conversation, but I guess all of us had something to think over in our heads after today. It really was a lot quieter than on the way up this morning, but words to start a nice conversation just couldn't come to me. Ragoo, do the other yaoguai really think that I'm just keeping those three around to take advantage of them? I mean, I don't know any of these yaoguai, so why should I care what they think? That doesn't stop me from feeling annoyed over everything they think about me, though. But I do care about how those three feel. Do they think that I'm just keeping them around because of some selfish wish to have them all to myself? Probably not. Or at least, I don't think they do. Definitely not Senpai. After all, he's the one always trying to make everything about romance, not me. But I guess it would be true that by not deciding anything with him, he just ends up trying to please me, trying to make me want to like him. Tiger and Leopard wouldn't think like that, would they? Tiger knows me. He knows my troubles. He knows my likes. But even then, he says he's not interested in romance. He just doesn't speak enough for me to even take a guess as to what he's thinking about. I really do hope he doesn't think I'm using him. I should ask him what he really thinks if I get the chance. I look around towards the three of them, walking single file down this narrow and winding mountain path. Some distance separates each of us. Would this be a good time to ask them? But how am I going to do it? It's embarrassing, but I've just got to suck it up and go for it. Oh man. Which one of us should we talk about this whole romance thing? Let me save. Originally, I was thinking of going with Tiger because he's like not annoying like Leopard Cat, but might as well get Leopard Cat over with, maybe. And Clouded Leopard, we didn't learn much about him. He's like silent. I'll probably save his route last. I'll probably go with Leopard Cat Senpai and then Tiger and then the Clouded Leopard. I guess Senpai would know the most about that kind of stuff. The other guys probably wouldn't know what I'm talking about. Beautiful like the flower. The gall of him comparing himself to the flower. I slowed my walking pace to fall back towards Senpai, leaving the others to walk ahead. So, Senpai, what do you think of what Ragoo was talking about?
你是说妖怪间的传言吗？还是说你担心不答应跟我交往我会生气？
That's not it.
那是什么？还是说你真的很在意那些谣言吗？
Oops. Can you?
毕竟我以前是妖怪嘛，多少知道一些门路，找以前的朋友帮帮忙之类的。
Is that alright? You're kind of a guardian tiger now. You still get in contact with your old friends?
虽然说是妖怪，但也有好的妖怪啊，像兰道夫那样的，这是小事啦。
Maybe it would be better if we didn't.
阿辽是不放心我吗？
Oops, I keep... Okay, stop joking around.
不过阿辽，我知道你会在意那个树王公说的话，但我们会来找你，确实是因为我们自己的事情。你不想帮我们也很正常，所以你不用感到愧疚。
Yeah, so sometimes the audio, they didn't cut it up to match with the with the lines sometimes. But the audio, like the voice pack, is a DLC.
虽然这么说，但要是阿辽想跟我交往，还是可以的哦。
Senpai, could you even see us as a couple after you leave Yan Shuqi's body?
毕竟神没有性别，我是真的不介意哦。要阿辽去那种荒郊野外的小庙，陪着阿辽解闷，不是理所当然的吗？那种地方娱乐也不多，当然要多陪陪阿辽。不过电脑还是可以带过去啦，不至于没有水电。这方面还是不用担心的。
It'd be nice to have a computer there, but that's not what's important.
我知道，就算阿辽拒绝跟我去苗栗，我也不会不开心的。不过，阿辽会来问我这个，果然是已经想拒绝我了吗？
No, not at all. I'm just
只是什么？
wondering about whether or not you'd give me more time to think about it. This sounds like in anime when they confess and then they're like, wait, hold on, wait. Could you give me more time before I reply?
这当然没问题呀。不过既然如此，我也就直接问喽。阿辽，你对另外两只是怎么想的呢？
You can't just drop a question like that.
谁叫阿辽来问我这个呢？老实说，如果阿辽对我有意思，是绝对不会来问我会不会因为谣言而感到尴尬的吧？但会感到尴尬，就代表真的有那方面的想法。既然如此，除了另外两只大猫，还有其他可能吗？
Yeah, so basically, okay, the gist is we suddenly got the ability to see these three guardian cat spirits. The tiger has been our guardian spirit in our family since our like childhood, and he's always been with us even when we couldn't see him. The quiet leopard, we're human. We're a human dude. The guardian I mean, the clouded leopard is from a tribe of like Aboriginal people. And he's actually the one that gave us the ability to like see these spirits and everything like that. And the main reason why he did that is because he wants us to go with him to help him with some like crisis or whatever, which seems really pressing. So I'll probably I'll save that for last. And then this guy, he is he used to be a yaoguai, which is like a demon type thing, like a spirit type thing, but he like is ascending to like he's like a small god now instead of a yaoguai. So his goal is to have us go back with him to his like temple and like clean it up and then make it like a respectable temple or whatever. But he possessed the body of a human person at our school, so he is like physically like I guess to other people he looks like a human. He needs to zip up that jacket, he'll catch a cold. That's literally what they've been saying like this whole time. They're always like, senpai, you're gonna get sick, don't you need to wear more put on something warmer? And then he's always like, no, it's no problem. Yeah. It's an actual storyline point. Yeah, right? But yeah, he has always like came on strongly. Like at first I thought he was like, my first impression, I liked him because he was like the adorable type, but then he was so annoying about it. Always being like, oh, we're going on a date, blah blah blah. I'm like, stop. Stop. And then the tiger just wants us to, his goal is he just wants us to go back to his to our family, because we come from a family of like temple people or whatever. And now we have to choose between one of them because they're all in like different locations in Taiwan, and we can't do all of it.
不是，
I mean, I've been thinking about home.
回老家？你不是坚持不想回去吗？
I'd have to go home eventually. Even if I found a job in Taipei after graduation, I'd still have to go home during holidays.
阿辽这样就妥协了吗？这可不像你哦。
It's not that. It's just that even if I try to keep from going home, how long could I realistically stay away?
是这样吗？
Oh my god, I thought the rain in the game was like something falling in real life, like the first drop. I was like, what is on my monitor? That's a smooth rain effect. Suddenly, I feel a cold sensation hit my nose. It's starting to pour down. Huh? Rain? I look around to see a veil of damp fog overtaking the mountain, a misty sea of gray that begins to envelop us. It was already cold enough up here without the rain. Okay, now he's gonna get sick for real, senpai. Hey, where's everyone else? They seem to have wandered off and I couldn't see them in the fog.
不知道哎，是我们走太慢了吗？
The evil smiley face. Senpai looks all around, ahead and then back from where we came, but they couldn't be behind us. Let's go faster and catch up to them.
没关系吧，这里也就一条山道，不可能走丢的。
Still, it's not very responsible for me to just lose track of them.
我倒是很希望能趁机跟阿辽亲密一点的说，
Like, chill. Please, senpai, enough of that.
毕竟机会难得。
Senpai stops mid-sentence, suddenly looking up. Flushed.
糟糕，
What's wrong?
阿辽，我跟你说，接下来会有个跟我有过节的神出现，我们之间的恩怨闹很久了。
Oh?
我没想到他会追到这里来。
Oh?
总之，
Oops, sorry. What? Wait, senpai. He didn't wait. Before I could ask anything, he had already taken off down the path. I couldn't keep up, and soon his image faded into the fog. I was left alone. This seems safe. This seems nice and safe. What just happened? I couldn't run on the wet stones, but I hurried as fast as I could. Oh! Suddenly, a white shadow appears next to me. What? I don't know what this is, but that is, but it's definitely not human. It makes a sudden stop. It seems to have noticed me.
小兄弟，你看得到我？
Bro, your colors are kind of clashing. Yes.
你有阴阳眼，那你有没有看到一只不寻常的猫经过？
Yin Yang Eye, or simply the third eye, refers to the ability to see supernatural things, including ghosts and spirits. Most people believe that one with the Yin Yang Eye can only see ghosts, but it is also said that this ability can allow you to see gods as well, although some people with the ability can only see specific kinds of gods. Is he looking for Senpai? I don't think I should just tell him.
那家伙跟你说了什么吗？
No.
看来是没办法了，小兄弟，你小心点，以后不要一个人上山。
Thanks. I came here with some friends.
那就赶快去找你的朋友吧，我先走了。
Goodbye. I didn't have a chance to say anything before he turned away, vanishing in an instant back into the fog from which he came. What's with all these spirits today? By now, the rain had left me soaking wet. At least I'm lucky that there's only one path. If I hurry, I'll be able to reach the others. The fog lifted as I walked. Finally, once I reached the end of the path where I found the 3 cats waiting for me.
阿廖，你刚刚跑去哪里了？
I didn't go anywhere. You guys went ahead of me. Tiger walked up to me worried, inspecting me all over to see if I'd been hurt. I don't know. I was walking, then the fog came, and I couldn't see any of you guys.
真是，怎么没有跟好呢？你知不知道我有多担心呢？
I'm fine. It all worked out fine. Suddenly, Tiger pulls me into a tight hug.
真是的，不要吓人呐！你现在的状况很特殊，好吗？说不定那些乱说话的妖怪会对你做什么。哎呀，我也真是太不小心了，幸好没出事。
He's so big and fluffy. Huh? I thought the worst Yaogwai do is tell rumors.
谁知道，妖怪都是些性格奇怪的家伙，所以才是妖怪。说不定有人会因为好奇就绑架你。我以为有我在就不用担心，但这种蜿蜒的山道最容易出事。总之，以后来到这种荒山野岭，不要离开我身边，知道吗？
Yeah, I know. I thought he was overreacting, but today really has been a weird day. I wonder who that other spirit was. I guess Senpai knew who they were. But with everyone here, I'll have to wait for another chance to ask Senpai about them in private.
好了，既然没事，我们赶快下山吧。
说的没错，我们走。
Guardian Tiger urges us into the next available bus, which we get in and take the ride home together. When I got home, I saw that the tong blossoms in the bag had all been crushed. I guess when I got lost in the fog with Senpai, we ended up too far away from Leopard for him to keep them safe. It's a shame, but they were only flowers. I could always get more if I really wanted to. It was a few days after our trip into the mountains. Qingming, the tomb sweeping festival, was coming up soon. Now that I think about it, I should have bought a ticket in advance if I want to go, but I've just been too busy with schoolwork to get around to it. It's too late anyway, maybe next year. Also, Dad ended up calling me. He went on about me coming home during the break, but I just deflected by talking about my exams right afterwards, saying that I was planning to stay and study. He didn't argue.
阿廖，我知道你的心思，所以我也就只问一次：清明节你确定不回去？
Yeah, I just don't feel ready.
真是可惜，原本想把大哥他们介绍给你的。
I want to see... Oh, you mean the other guardian tigers?
是，我之前不是说过，每尊虎爷像都有一位虎爷吗？你既然喜欢兽人，老家的虎爷之多，你肯定会开心的。
The temple back home is really big. There's also heaps of statues. If all the guardian tigers are as big as the one I've seen, there's no way they'd all fit. I wonder what they do all day. It'd be funny to see all of them scattered around the place, playing chess, gossiping, and hanging out. But if I go back now, won't they all have a million questions to ask me? I don't think I really want to deal with that.
你是怕他们烦你吗？虽然他们是比较，不用担心，我会先跟他们说一声，不要一直缠着你就好了，对吧？
They shouldn't ask me about returning home, about life in Taipei, about studies, about girlfriends. They don't even know that I'm gay, and I don't really want to explain that.
也是，我会尽量让他们不烦你。不过有些虎爷比较爱开玩笑，大概会让你觉得很烦。只是这种事，你总有一天要面对吧。
What about Leopard and Senpai? Wouldn't it be weird for them to come along?
他最好是不要来。不管怎么说，原住民的神跑进汉人庙宇实在太不恰当，找架打吗？这是。
Exactly. That's why I don't think it's best to go back yet. There's too much stuff to take care of first.
要是暑假还没解决怎么办？你不可能整个暑假不回去吧？
We'll see how it goes.
好吧，既然如此，就早点下定决心把他们赶走。
I know. As much as I don't want to turn anyone away, keeping this up is just going to cause problems. Just thinking about deciding leaves me overwhelmed with nerves, guilt, and worry. Maybe I should do it. Rip it off like a band-aid and just decide already. A day before the festival.
阿辽，你明天确定不回老家了，对吧？
Yeah, for sure. I have to prepare for the midterms. What about it?
期中考不用太认真啦。阿辽，你没有要拼奖学金吧？
Even if I'm not, I still don't want to fail.
阿辽不会不及格啦，我知道的。所以，我们出去玩好不好？
I guess we could, but we've already been going out a lot lately. I just don't have the time.
因为我想跟阿辽出门嘛，不然只去一天。
Do you want to go out tomorrow with Senpai? I should really study. Or, yeah, I should really study. I don't know how this game works where, like, I don't know when the common route ends, and I don't know if they'll, like, have us choose in the end, or if it's, like, how many points. Just this once. Just this once, like, for the 20th time. Let's just say yeah. I guess it'd be alright. We're gonna fail.
耶！那就交给我安排喽。
What do you have planned?
这个就让我先保密喽。阿辽只要把它当成惊喜就好了。那么，下午我会回老家一趟，准备一下。那就敬请期待喽。
He's so happy. Yeah, okay. Then I guess I'll see you later.
晚点见。
That night I waited and waited. But for the first time in a very long time, Senpai didn't come home. Gasp?
那只小猫是怎么了？弄到这么晚？
Did he get snatched? It is getting a bit late. He's usually home by now. Let me call and I'll see what's up. Worried that something bad might have happened, I pick up my phone and call his number. He doesn't pick up. If something came up, he would have at least left a message.
那家伙是回家去了吗？
He was going to get some things ready. I doubt he'd just fall asleep. I used to feel like I wanted Senpai to go back home. Maybe some part of me still does, but I never wanted it to happen like this. We sat there waiting for any sign of him. The clock turning past midnight before I'm left with nothing to do but trudge over to my bed, taking my worries to sleep with me. The next day was the first day of Qingming, but Senpai was nowhere to be found. We were supposed to go out today. There's just been no word from him. Somewhere it annoys me, but I'm mostly just worried. I just don't know what I can do. In a time like this, who can help me find Senpai? Guardian Tiger, Leopard, or Dance Club? people. I don't know. Tiger does not like Senpai, so he'll probably not want to. He will probably begrudgingly be like, okay, since you're worried, I'll help you find him, even though I hate him. I don't know what Leopard could do. He could just like quietly investigate. I don't know. But dance club seems, because we're both part of the dance club. But I don't know if they'd be useful, because I don't think he would have like told the dance club anything about our plans. I am going to go with the dance club just to see what, if anything. I decided to pick up my phone and call some of my clubmates to see if they know anything. Thonk. Slowly but surely, I call everyone I know at dance club, but none of them know where Senpai could have run off to. Everyone I called seemed pretty relaxed about it. I guess from their perspective, he's only been avoiding phone calls for a night. It's not like I could tell them we've been rooming together. Even when I said he made plans to go out and ditched me, but everyone just laughed it off. I said over and over again it wasn't a date, but no one believed me. I didn't know how to make them feel my urgency. When I mentioned him maybe going home, they all just told me not to get mixed up in family affairs. I wonder if there's something going on between Senpai and his family. I'm still a bit worried, but what could I do? I try my best to forget about it and focus on my studies. Senpai, where have you gone off to? He's dead.
阿了，虽然我说要你专心读书，但差不多也该收房间了吧？
He's not worried. Huh? I take a look around my room. Huh. Yeah, can't say I've been really paying attention to it. Truth be told, it's a mess. Senpai always helped out keeping things in order, so we didn't have a problem. Without him here, it's all just back to how things used to be. Not that I really need to clean anything up.
这些衣服你丢这都快3天了，都发臭了。
Ew.
还有这些垃圾，里面可是有餐盒的，每天都该拿出去丢，不是吗？
Okay, Dad. Yeah, I got it. I know what he's on about. I'm just being a lazy butt. I just haven't been with it the past few days.
总之，快点收拾吧，现在就收。
Yeah, on it. I could hardly avoid cleaning forever, or so I do as I'm told. There's so many things to put away. All in all, I'm kept busy for over an hour trying to make everything spick and span.
阿了，你忘了开洗衣机，我帮你开了。
Thanks, Dad. Oh, thanks. He's able to turn on the washing machine? So his spirit powers can do that, huh?
还有小猫的桌子那一块也要收吧，虽然是他的东西，但这是你的房间呐。那个帽子一直挂在那边，很占空间，还积灰尘。趁小猫不在，拿去洗一洗，收起来吧。
Hey, but... Tiger's talking about the husky hat I bought with Senpai. He always kept it next to him when he went to sleep. Honestly, I'd expect it to be dirtier by now, but Senpai's kept pretty good care of it. Maybe Senpai doesn't want me to move it.
有什么不希望动的？洗一洗，收起来不是很好吗？又不是要丢掉。
Should I wash the husky hat for Senpai? No. It doesn't feel right to touch it. Save. In any case, we can just wait for Senpai to come back, and then he can decide to do whatever he wishes, right?
唉，阿了，你只是想偷懒吧？
No, I'm just concerned that under the current circumstances, Senpai wouldn't want us to touch it. At least, that's what I feel.
好吧，随便你，但至少其他地方要收干净。
Yep, I'm on it. As I look at the animal hat, memories of that day shopping with Senpai come flooding back to my mind. Senpai, where are you? Dead. He's dead in a ditch. Oh, there he is. It was the last night of the Qingming holidays when Senpai finally returns to visit me. Senpai, where have you been?
抱歉了，阿辽，我回老家去了。本来只是想去拿点东
What,
西，
your phone?
没想到被家人给拦了下来，
Your phone?
不好意思了。
Okay, going home is fine, but why didn't you contact me at all? You didn't answer my calls. I was so worried.
阿辽会担心我吗？我很开心哦。
This guy, get a load of this guy. Anyone would be worried about someone who just disappeared like that. You could have at least let me know.
没有啦，我的手机被家人拿走了，
Bruh.
他们又不让我上网，所以我没办法联络其他人。
Is your family always that strict?
只是这一次刚好啦，你知道的嘛，就是性向问题啊。
Feels
我原
bad.
本就为此跟家里吵过几次架，然后这一次跑来阿辽家住的事情给家里知道了，他们就爆炸了，所以就变这样喽。
Because you've been staying with me?
就是无法接受我跑去别人家住嘛，真是的，明明是我自己的身体，关他们什么事？不过，既然弄成这样，我也很难坚持，所以我今天其实是来拿东西的，等一下就得搬回去宿舍了呢。
But Senpai, didn't you still want me to help you? Senpai came to live with me in the first place so he could convince me to rejuvenate his temple. What's going to happen with that now?
没问题的啦，只是不在阿辽家借住而已，又不是不能见面，我们还是可以一起上课啊。
Is it really no problem?
阿辽答应帮我复兴庙宇，就没关系喽。
Seriously, Senpai.
我很认真啊，只是不想给阿辽压力了。不过，我不会放弃的，毕竟是攸关生死的大事啊。阿辽，那就拜托你喽，
What do you mean?
多多考虑休学的事情啊。相关手续我会帮你办好，那边的房子跟生活费我也会想办法。
But even if you say you're going to help Senpai, it's also sudden to decide now. Senpai's gone over this before, but that doesn't change the fact that's taking a year or two off school. How could I even explain that to my family?
我知道，只是我也没办法。但不管怎么说，事情还是只有这几种解决方式。不早点跟你说，让你有心理准备的话，只会越拖越晚吧。
Senpai finished speaking and just started to pack up his stuff. Senpai doesn't really have much stuff here. He puts away the folding table and gathers all his belongings from the corner, cramming them all into his backpack before going to the bathroom and doing the same with his toiletries.
那么就这样啦，阿辽，什么时候决定了就跟我说哦。明天。
Oops. Yeah. And just like that, Senpai leaves my room, carrying everything he owns with him. Even though he said I'd see him tomorrow, it's hard to see him leave like this. I've gotten used to him in my life the past month, and now it feels like it's all gone.
没想到那小猫还挺爽快的嘛，还以为它会更死缠烂打呢。
舒淇不开心，
He wasn't happy? I know Senpai didn't really want to leave, but we both saw this coming, didn't we? Senpai, how did things end up like this? Senpai, should I talk to them about him? Let's talk with Tiger. Or actually, Tiger, Leopard, Tiger, Leopard. Let's see what Leopard has to say, actually. I crawl into the bed and bury my face into a pillow, pressing it tightly against my face.
阿辽不开心，
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out how I feel about Senpai leaving.
我去叫他回来。
Oh, no, it's not that easy. He didn't want to leave.
不懂，不想走就不走。
It's not his choice. He has a family who expects a lot of things from him. I'm the same.
不懂，
It's not that easy to explain. There's always someone who thinks they know what's best for you. Sometimes you have to give in to those expectations, even if you don't want to. Yeah, he seems like he has the most mystery about him so far, since he doesn't say much, so we don't know much about him. So I'm excited to see what's his lore, what's his story. You don't always do it because you actually have no other choice. Sometimes you just care about that person, or they're integral to your life, like family.
不懂。
Sorry, this is probably too much for you to understand. It's okay though. I pull back my quilt and roll up into my bed. I'm upset. I'm really upset. I yelled out in frustration. The sheets wrapped tightly around my face, muffling the sound. I kept thinking about Senpai walking away. One day, my family could just up and decide to force me to go back home, and I'd have to give up everything, no matter what. I sit there brooding in my bed, knowing full well I still have heaps of things I could look over for midterms, but that doesn't matter to me right now. Why does everything have to happen all at once? Urgh, my head hurts. I bury myself under my blankets as far as I can. For now, just trying to forget everything. The holidays are over and midterm exams are about to start. In the morning, I waited around for a bit, just on the off chance that Senpai would be here to walk me to school, but he didn't. His dorm is in the opposite direction from campus after all. It'd be a pain to come over here just for me. In fact, I didn't run to Senpai all day. I mean, most of my classes have exams today. It's not like Senpai can sit in on them like he usually does, and I don't see him during lunch either. Finally, I end up running into him at the cafeteria that evening.
阿良，一天辛苦了，考试还顺利吗？
Oh, they were fine. But what about you, Senpai? You had exams, right?
当然有啊，不过不是今天。我这学期课比较少，你知道的嘛。
Which is why he was able to come to my classes every day. I got in the way of his studies, didn't I? But it's too late to think about that now. You know, where were you all day? I didn't see you at all.
阿良想我啦，我这不是来了吗？
You were waiting for me here, Senpai?
因为阿辽几乎都只吃学校食堂嘛。
Hey, it's cheap, okay?
明明学校旁边还有很多便宜的店呢。阿辽只是懒得换地方吧。
It's my first year here. You can't expect me to know every place around. Besides, the food here's good enough.
那是因为阿辽都一个人吃饭呢，真的很孤僻耶。
I'm not eating alone. For the past month, I've been eating with you, and people can't really hear us talk about that.
那要是我走了，阿辽就有朋友可以一起吃饭了。嗯？
Bruh. Senpai,
怎么了？突然这么严肃？
you just said, if I'm gone. Shouldn't you be saying, if you go to Miaoli with me?
没有啦，阿辽跟我来苗栗的话，当然还是会一起吃啊。但要是阿辽没来，就没有其他朋友可以一起吃饭吧。虽然跟大叔跟克劳一起吃饭也不错，但毕竟
Bruh.
一般人看不到他们，还是要有普通人的朋友才好，不然会被当成怪人哦。
Senpai, isn't Miaoli a matter of life or death for you? To me, it just sounds like you've given up, that you're already planning to leave and you're trying to make peace with that.
没有啦，我只是觉得都那么努力想追求阿辽了，但看来还是没办法说服你。既然如此，不如换个方法，保持点距离，说不定比较好呢。
You were trying too hard, bro.
而且，阿辽你也说了，这是攸关生死的事情。但即使你知道这一点，你也不会因此决定要跟我一起走，不是吗？
It's because I'd have to leave school.
但要是你不来，我可能就会变成路边的小妖怪，然后消散掉也说不定。
不要用这种事来威胁阿辽。你家福德失去神力，你又不会消失，变回妖怪就变回妖怪，那跟消散差远了。大不了再去找别的福德。你不做坏事，别人也不会想灭了你。
Yeah, look up what that Fudagong means again. That doesn't help. Dude, who cares after the locals? Okay.
哪有那么容易就换老板的？而且我跟我家福德也认识很久了，我真的不希望看他失去神力哦。
His master. I thought he was the master. Okay. Now I get it.
虽然失去神力，土地神还是土地神，只要哪天有了香火，还是可以复苏。
这世上可怜的人多的是，你怎么不去帮助他们啊？
所以我才来拜托阿辽。不过我也知道，就算这样还是很难呢。确实以阿辽的状况，要休学1-2年还是很不容易吧。阿辽真正的问题不是想不想休学，而是休学要怎么让家人同意吧。我之前虽然有严舒淇的记忆，但从来没有体会到这事有多不可能。这次用严舒淇的身体回老家，算是让我清醒了。要让阿辽做一样的事，我自己也于心不忍。这种事没有什么重大变故的话，不太可能让家人改观。但要真的弄出那样的重大变故，阿辽可能就永远回不了老家了。所以，我也确实在想，是不是放弃好了？回去做小妖怪就做小妖怪。我家的庙，不管再怎么荒凉，也不会死人。所以，
You're really giving up?
我也不想放弃啊。所以阿辽要来苗栗了吗？对吧？对吧？实际上，我放不放弃根本就不重要嘛。我在想，是不是稍微保持点距离会更好？我跟阿辽就是普通朋友，如果阿辽家里有机会就来帮忙，要是真的帮不上，跟我分别时也不会太伤心。
Senpai, it's a bit late to be saying that.
该不会阿辽已经喜欢上我了？
Not at all. Senpai, don't kill the mood.
可是我就是不想让阿辽负担太大嘛。不用担心，我还是跟阿辽很要好的，有事没事还是会来找阿辽聊天哦。
Yeah.
所以先专心下来考试比较好哦。这些事情等考完试再做决定吧。好啦，别说这些忧郁的话题了，我们去吃饭吧。克劳，我们走。
Senpai drags Leopard by the collar to the drink bar. Any way you slice it, there isn't any food there. At first, watching Senpai run around like usual makes me smile, but afterwards, I just feel worse than worse than before, like something was empty. Tiger goes with me to help buy dinner, trying to comfort me in the process. Soon enough, Senpai returns with Leopard and we all sit down together. I'm too tired to think about what I'm eating. He's beaming, obviously trying to keep everybody in good spirits. Even Tiger follows his lead and goes along with his shenanigans, but I don't know why, but all I can think about is Senpai leaving. I've always thought about him leaving, but now that he is, I'm just sad about it. Today's the day of my mathematics exam. I worked really hard to cover everything during the break. Even then, I'm still not confident about this exam. I just suck at maths, and I don't know if studying helped me remember anything at all, especially considering everything else I've had to deal with. I was so scared I left it to last in my revision. My eyes are drawn to Leopard, who is scanning around the gloomy exam hall. I guess he's never seen so many people doing exams in the same room. I need to focus on my test and stop paying attention to him, but I guess he could... I check Tiger. He's reading on an empty chair in the back row, paying little attention to me. I guess this would be as good of an opportunity as any. I really don't want to fail. All I need is a pass. If I ask Leopard to help... Should I ask Leopard to help me cheat again? No. We are not cheating. No, I can do it on my own. I can't. Leopard has no idea cheating is bad. I can't fool him. If I fail, I fail. Passing one subject isn't worth doing that. Yeah, so when we had a quiz, Leopard was like telling us like pick A or pick B, the first or second, and we didn't know. We thought that he was super smarticle at math or something, but it turns out he was just reading other people's answers from around us. Yeah. So we were like, no, we can't do that. I know you mean well, but no, cheating's not good. It sucks, but I have to continue on. I need to have the conviction to do this test. I can do it. The bell rings for the end of the exam as I more or less finish off the last section of the paper. I had to skip a bunch, but I'm confident in at least half of them. I should pass. His heart is in the right place. He doesn't know. He's trying his best to help us. The rest right now is in the hands of fate. I pray to Emperor Wenchang before packing up my stationery and leaving. Also known as Wenchang Wang, literally King Wenchang, is a Taoist deity worshipped as the god of culture and literature. He has historically been called upon by scholars and writers who need inspiration or students who need help right before an exam. Traditionally speaking, Emperor Wenchang doesn't bless you for achieving literary success, but for attaining a high exam ranking. Therefore, you may still ask for help from this god of literature for mastering a math exam. Maybe you should have prayed before you did the test. After another day of exams, we decided to go to the cafeteria for dinner like usual.
哦，天辽同学，好久
Yes.
不见。
Randolph. Oh, it's Randolph. Did he come to speak with one of the professors again? For Yao Guai, he sure does love our campus.
今天那位很活泼的同学怎么不在？
Senpai made it clear that he wants to keep distance between us, that we'll just be normal friends, but I don't really know how to explain everything that's happened to Randolph. Well, I don't know. Despite my efforts, the tone of my voice gives away my worry. Randolph seems to notice, but thankfully doesn't push the point.
是这样子啊，那也没办法。对了，天辽同学，你等一下有空吗？有点事想问你。
Sure. What is it?
可能要耽误你一点时间，方便的话，我们坐下来聊好吗？
Thanks. Oops. You're being very formal.
是这样的，我想采访你。
Eh? Interview?
是啊，毕竟带着3位神灵的人很少见。我对妖怪虽然还算清楚，但神明那一边就不太了解了。
With everything like it is, I might have said yes straight away if Senpai was around, but do I really feel up to this right now? Tiger and Leopard seem okay with it. Actually, Tiger looks rather excited, but... yeah, why not? Can't be depressed. Can't be moping all the time, you know? Get some distraction, sure might help you learn something. Alright, let's do it.
有什么问题尽管问吧，让你们这些妖怪知道规矩，我们也好做事。
Tiger, that sounds a little...
没关系，他本来就是神。那么不介意的话，我开始问了。
Randolph takes a blank sketch pad and pen out of his bag. Crossing one leg over the other, Randolph begins to ask me about my hometown. Honestly, I didn't know much about a lot of the stuff he was asking me. Like whether many statues of one god may hold many different meanings, what do gods look like when they go out, which gods are more important than others, and many such questions that I think only the gods themselves would know. So, why do you want to know about this stuff?
这些资料在创作方面很好用啊，而且我也可以告诫我的妖怪朋友不要触犯。当然，创作的时候我会把细节改掉，不会完全照用的。
I guess it's your art, right? You're free to make whatever you want, grounded in reality or not.
虽说如此，知道实际情况也比较好构思。作品的真实感还是很重要。就算不是如此，我也认为作为一个创作者，有必要多加涉猎各方面的知识，这样创作出来的作品才会有深度啊。
Sounds hard. I thought that creativity was just making up anything and then working to make it believable. But really, every idea has to come from something.
对了，我想请问一下，您该怎么称呼呢？一直叫您虎爷，总觉得有点失礼。
Randolph effortlessly shifts the questioning towards Tiger.
这个我还没有名号呢。
没有吗？这也是啦，我还以为
Randolph glances at me. What is it?
没什么。天辽同学不知道的话，我也不要特别提比较好。
A word of what?
他可能认为你会帮我取个名字吧。一般来说，神明的名号都是发生了某种机缘，例如帮助了信徒、救了很多人之类的。信徒为了表示感谢奉上的，有时候也会为此去请示玉皇大帝，请求帮那个神明升官。
Jade Emperor. In Chinese culture, the Jade Emperor is one of the representations of the first god and the god of the highest position in Taoist theology. He is also known as Tiangong, which literally means the heavenly lord. Instead of crafting statues, worshippers of the Jade Emperor build incensory of heavenly lords. This is because people believe that crafting statues with the Jade Emperor's appearance is disrespectful to his supreme position.
不过，也确实会有信徒帮神明取名号的例子，甚至可能只是取个小名。这种情况通常代表信徒跟神明很亲，也能够加强神明和信徒间的联系。虽然这种事都是顺其自然了，平常没事就帮神明取名字，很奇怪吧？
I mean, I have thought about it before. After all, wouldn't having a name make things easier? Calling you Guardian Tiger or Tiger doesn't really differentiate you from other Guardian Tigers.
这倒是没什么。虎爷神像那么多，其实大部分都是没名字的，能被信徒取上名号的，如我所说，都是有一定神力或是有什么事迹的虎爷，所以我没有名字也很正常了。
不过有名号的话，您的神力也会有所成长吧？
是这样没错，不过神的名号通常都是有什么机缘才会得到。
原来如此，是您自己不想啊。我了解了。
It sounds like Randolph is implying something.
不谈这个了，这位云豹也是没有名字吗？
Leopard took his time to think about it.
没有，就是里克劳。
里克劳。
It means clouded leopard in Rukai.
这样啊。卢凯族的情况我不熟，神明没有名字很正常吗？
正常。
原来如此。那方便的话，我想请教关于卢凯族的事。
Randolph flips a page and starts to interview Leopard. It ended up being a bit slow going because of Leopard's poor Mandarin.
所以你会来台北，是因为艾莉迪安娜派你来吗？
是。
这位艾莉迪安娜是什么样的神明呢？
看不到的神，强大的地方，那边的神。
强大的地方？天辽同学，你知道这是什么意思吗？
Not really. How could I know? Leopard's never mentioned that part to me before. Wait, I remember. Didn't I ask Jiahao to look into Adirirang for me? I wonder if he ended up finding anything. One sec. I need to make a phone call.
好。
I take out my phone and dial Jiahao's number. Hey, Jiahao, you on campus?
不在耶，怎么了？
Well, I just wanted to check to see if you ended up finding anything out about Adididi.
你是说那个百步蛇神哦？大概是问到了一些啦，不过还不清楚详情。怎么突然问这个啊？很急吗？
Kind of. If you can, just tell me what you know.
好啦，我查到的资料不多，不过最重要的应该是这个吧。
Oops. Glossary. Princess Balang is a famous heroine of Rukai legend. Her story has had many different incarnations, as the Rukai legends are only passed down through oral history. This is because the Rukai language doesn't have any written form. Balang was the daughter of the leader of Dadala tribe. One day, she was lost in the woods and met a young man and soon fell in love with him. When the couple returned to Dadala tribe along with the young man's clansmen, what Balang's family saw was their daughter along with dozens of snakes. It turned out that the young man was the monarch of said snake's kingdom. Princess Balang? That Princess Balang? I don't know much about the legends of the Rukai, but even I've heard about Princess Balang. There's a game based around her legend, though I haven't played it myself.
没错，就是那个巴冷公主哦，很厉害吧？
Yeah, one more thing. Did you find out if Adirirang is related to any places? Somewhere big or powerful?
这个哦，地方哦，我想你指的应该是卢凯族的圣地吧？
Huh. The sacred place of the Rukai tribe.
是圣地。
Leopard's clarification doesn't help at all. Okay, well, a friend of mine wants to interview me the traditions of the Rukai people. Could you help me?
啊，我也不知道啦。如果不是你要我去查，我也不会。哎，等等，你那个朋友为什么要采访你啊？
How am I gonna put this? I can't exactly say he's interviewing a clouded leopard spirit from the Rukai tribe who's having trouble communicating with us. He'd think I'm nuts. No, it's nothing. I've been working on it recently. We were just talking. It's okay if you don't want.
也没有不方便啦，只是
Nope, it's fine. I'll just let him know you're busy for now. Anyways, I have to go.
啊，
I hang up before Jiahao can answer back. Phew, that was close.
不好意思，给你造成麻烦了。
Nope, not at all. That was all my fault.
不过这位云豹好像不方便采访的样子，这样的话，我下次再来吧。
Sorry, there's not much I can do. Leopard seems like he's happy to answer Randolph's questions, but considering his Mandarin, it's too much of an ask to expect him to convey the complicated Rukai folklore. I'll just have to talk with him and Jiahao a bit more. Eventually, I'll figure everything out.
总之，今天真的非常感谢。晚餐我请客，有什么其他想要买的吗？
那就那个
Tiger.
啊，哈哈，开玩笑啦。
Regardless, Randolph ends up buying the food that Tiger wanted, even if I'm the one who ends up having to eat it in the end. After today's exams, we decide to go to the bookstore. Everything that's happened over the past few days have just exhausted me. Exams are just the cherry on top of a very sad cake. So, if any, this is the time to relax with some nice casual reading. Tiger's the only one who comes here with me. We each take out a book we're interested in and sit down in the reading area. I decide to go for a collection of short, light novels, thinking for the most part that they would be easier on my mind to read, but it's just too much. By the time I realize that I've read the same paragraph 3 times in a row, I let out a heavy sigh and close my eyes.
阿辽，怎么了？
I look around before I respond. There's not many people around, probably due to exam week, so I lower my voice and speak. Nothing. I just feel a bit sad.
少年忧郁是正常的，不过，是为了那只小猫吗？
How can you say this is normal? Yes, it's because of him.
我是不懂他主动离开有什么好忧郁的。不过，唉，所谓心情就这么回事吧。
Alas, oh wait, he said that's him. Moving in close, Tiger tenderly strokes my head and neck with his soft paws. I couldn't help but close my eyes and enjoy it.
好了，既然你心情不好，我也不想吵你，我们各自看书吧。
Weren't we already reading by ourselves? What's wrong with Tiger today? I want to ask, but I can't exactly talk to him that much in the bookstore, so I try to continue to read my book. I don't make any progress. At least I like the atmosphere of this place, quiet and relaxing. If only I had a nice warm cup of coffee. Shame they don't allow food and drinks in here. I spend the rest of the afternoon thinking about random irrelevant things, every so often turning a page as if to satisfy my need to do something. It's Friday night, and once again, Senpai is sitting in the cafeteria waiting for me.
阿良，明天是周末哦。我想说什么，你应该知道吧？
How should I know what that means?
那当然是去约会喽。
Senpai, what kind of date are you talking about? It's not like we're in a relationship. As bothersome as he is, I'm kind of happy to see Senpai so upbeat. He even took the effort to come and wait for me.
交往前的约会啊，这不是很正常吗？不熟悉彼此，怎么知道是否适合在一起呢？
We already know each other very well. Senpai, stop making excuses.
总之，既然我都不住在阿辽家了，至少周末陪陪我嘛。
I like this background music.
拜托了，阿辽。好。
Oops. Senpai's dejected eyes look at me, tears swelling up. My heart doesn't have the strength to disappoint him.
不过这一次出门，我想跟阿辽2个人单独约会，就是说，那边那个大叔还有克劳，请你们不要跟来哦。
这我很难放心，只让你们2个人。
阿辽逛街，我也想去。
不行，我可是都已经被迫离开阿辽家了耶，就一次约会，让我跟阿辽2个人去嘛。你们不要一直来当电灯泡
We
啦。
will become a car.
什么电灯泡？阿辽又不喜欢你。
只是还没喜欢我而已哦，这也是为什么要约会哦。
Isn't this all a bit backwards?
才不是，这是正常的顺序哦，不然你要怎么知道喜不喜欢我，对不对？要是交往了才约会，然后才发现相处起来感觉不好，那不是很尴尬吗？所以在交往前约会才是正常的啊。
It kind of makes sense.
所以阿辽，跟我去约会吧。
Should I go on a date with Senpai? Yeah, if we're gonna go with his route first. Save. Yeah, I want to. Oh, well, honestly, I'd be super happy to go out with you, Senpai.
是吧？跟我这么可爱的人出去玩，怎么会不开心呢？
Okay, you big show off. Keep that up and I won't ever compliment you again.
我没有哦，我只是单纯说出事实而已哦。
Fine. Senpai super duper adorable. That's not a compliment. And tomorrow I'll go on a date with you. Got it?
耶！我就知道阿辽对我最好了，那我赶快回去准备。阿辽，明天见喽。
Senpai practically falls over backward, waving at me as he walks away. Really, what would he even need to prepare? On top of that, we're already at the cafeteria. He could have at least had dinner with me before storming out of here. I'll never understand him, will I? I decide to just leave it be and take a seat, eating my dinner for the night alone with Leopard and Tiger. The next morning, I asked Tiger and Leopard to watch over my room. They couldn't come with me today, after all.
阿辽，我也不想多说，但记得不要和那只小猫去奇怪的地方，知道吗？
Yep, got it. It's not like there's any strange places he'd take me to anyway. Don't worry, I'll see you later. Takes me to a strange place. So, Senpai, why are we here again?
这里很好玩呐，而且只逛一次哪够啊？上次因为有大叔跟着，好多地方我不方便去。这一次一定要让阿辽知道这里有多好玩。
Sounds more like you want to take me somewhere you can't say out loud.
思想不纯才会往那个方向想哦。
That's only because you made it sound shady.
好啦，阿辽，跟我来吧，带你去个好玩的地方。
Senpai's words were vague. I was getting worried he really was going to take me somewhere shady, but in the end, he leads me to an arcade that stretches across the basement of a department store. What's so cool about this place? What do you mean? It's an arcade! As far as my eyes can see, arcade machines are lined up from wall to wall. Honestly, I'm not usually a fan of arcade games.
阿辽，你玩 in game 吗？
Not really. I don't usually have the money for them. That and they're usually all about tapping buttons to the beat. Why do that when you can just dance? I always find that heaps more fun.
还是差很多的啦。而且这么说的话，阿良，你肯定不知道这个了。热舞社的怎么可以连这个都不知道呢？
DDR?
来来来，
Senpai pulls me by the wrist around to one of the largest games in the arcade. In stark contrast to the packed-in machines here, the area around the game has been taped off with thick yellow tape. I'm lost trying to work out what kind of game it is while Senpai runs up to the display, turning it on and standing in the middle of the play area. A figure appears on the screen that mirrors Senpai's position in front of it. Wait, how could he control it that far away from the machine? So fancy DDR. No, it's what's the, like, Dance Central for the Xbox. Senpai puts on the same pose as a virtual figure. He starts to dance as the music kicks in. Senpai moves deftly as a flurry of the words "perfect" flashes on the screen every few seconds. Is he following the animations? Regardless, Senpai's moving so well, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between him or a demonstration of the dance anyway. He's beyond practice. About 30 seconds into the song, the word "great" jumps onto the screen, breaking his perfect combo. Senpai clicks his tongue in disappointment. Guess his accuracy on that move was off. Tech these days really has come a long way. I still remember those arcade dance pads. Senpai keeps going, getting perfect after perfect. Even without playing it, I can tell it's super hard to be this perfect. When Senpai finishes the song, I can't help but clap along with the crowd that had formed around him. Even though the choreography is easier than what we're used to, it's still impressive how well he pulled it off within the framework of the game. His moves were so fluid that you could barely tell he was even playing a game. Senpai really is awesome.
好啦，阿辽，也来试试看嘛。
Hey, there's no way I can be as good as you. Sure, I'm a dancer, but how am I supposed to know the routines in the game? I can't just go in there and expect to be great without practicing it a few times. Not to mention, I'll be going in after Senpai. Talk about pressure.
没问题，没问题。新手肯定都跳不好的，我不会笑你的啦。
Everyone's watching.
每个人都有第一次。来来来来，
Despite my protests, Senpai shows me in front of the machine and forces me to give it a go. He picked something easy for me, but I still struggle to keep up with it on my first go, not to mention needing to work out the limits of the machine as I do so. In the end, I barely pass the track. I can't do it.
第一次都这样的啦。
哎，这不是阿辽跟舒淇学长吗？你们出来玩啊？
It's a familiar voice. I turn around to see Jiahao.
跳得不错嘛！我看到刚刚舒淇学长跳的舞了，这么熟练还是第一次见到哎。你练了多久啊？
大多是在家里练的，还好啦，毕竟练这个不需要大空间嘛。
阿辽就看得出是新手，不过也很不错哦。
Nah, I know I sucked. No need to try to make me feel better.
我也没要安慰啦，比起这个哦，
Jiahao pulls me to the side.
我说阿辽，你不是说没有在跟舒淇学长交往啊？你们怎么会一起出来？这样真的很像在约会耶。
I stammer as I feel my face flush with embarrassment. Senpai just wanted to hang out and decide to take me here. There's really nothing going on.
我是不想管啦，但你如果真的不想被误会，多少注意一下。社上很多人会来这里，你知道吗？
I turn my head to see someone I recognize from the dance club. And considering he's staring right at me, I'd hazard a guess they're a member of Shuchi's fan club. Can't believe this.
总之我提醒你啦，你好自为之哦。我先走了。
Oh, yeah. I wave Jiahao goodbye and return back to Senpai. Hey, Senpai, mind if we go somewhere else?
为什么？明明玩得正开心。
Well, I glance towards the guy from the dance club staring at me.
哦，你是说那个？啊，没关系啦，
I mind.
没问题，没问题。你等我一下哦。
Senpai walks off to the side and makes a phone call. Senpai, is everything okay?
没问题了，我们继续玩吧。
I'm just about to ask what he was up to when... A man in a black suit wearing a pair of dark-tinted sunglasses approaches Shuchi's admirer from behind, tapping him on the shoulder. Obviously terrified, he walks away with the man in black after a few words are exchanged. No argument, no fight. The man in black just took them away without any dispute. Senpai, what did you do?
没什么啦，难得有机会跟阿辽约会，我可不希望有苍蝇在旁边。而且，我说不定就要离开了，不把握这个机会不行啊。
Leaving?
没事没事，啊，阿辽，我们去玩那个吧。
I see through Senpai's abysmal attempt at changing the topic. Senpai, wait, you're leaving?
没事没事，这个跟阿辽无关啦，我只是随口说说。
It doesn't matter? I have nothing to do with it? How? Whether if it's you or Shuchi Senpai that's leaving, it's something that matters to me. You just made a phone call to have someone taken away by your mysterious secret service. He's going to think there's something between us for sure now.
啊，这个没关系啦，我再去解释一下就好了嘛，不用担心，没问题的。
No problem? What in the world could you say to explain that? You weren't like this before. What the heck's wrong with you, Senpai? Ever since you came back after the Qingming break, I felt like something's been wrong. What happened? I care about you. Please, tell me everything. My raised voice blends into background of the noisy arcade. I take Senpai and pull him into a nearby corner.
哪有啊？是阿辽想太多了啦，我只是，因为要离开阿辽，有点心情不好而已，没什么大不了的啦。
Really? I don't think so. The past few days, you've been different. To begin with, you haven't even been really trying to come and spend time with me. Sure, it's exam week, but it's not that hard. Then, yesterday, you straight up asked to go out with me out of the blue. Now you're telling me you might be leaving. It doesn't make sense. I don't know whether it's you or Shuchi that's leaving, but no matter who it is, you won't be able to date me. You took me to a place that's specifically popular among the guys at dance club, then made a show over kicking out one of your admirers in a way that everyone's going to misunderstand. Senpai, I know you're smart enough to have thought this through. If you really did this on purpose, something must be up. Please tell me.
阿辽，
Senpai avoids my eyes. I'm not in a relationship with Senpai, and I can't go to Miaoli with you, so maybe I don't have the right to ask this from you. But you lived in my home for over a month. I'd hope that we're at least close enough for you to tell me. If you're leaving, I'd like to know why.
对不起，阿辽，我也不是不愿意告诉你，只是我不希望因为这些，变成好像你非来苗栗帮我不可。我的事情，我想自己解决。
Still, I want to know.
要说也可以啦，不过阿辽要答应我一件事哦，
Name it.
不要因为我说的话而改变要不要来的决定。可以的话，最好听完后忘掉。虽然阿辽能不能来，问题其实在阿辽的老家了。
I'll work on it. No matter what, I want to know what's going on.
其实也没什么大不了的，就是我家福德差不多快要神力散尽了，所以在最后的时间，我想回去陪陪他，这样而已。
What's going to happen to him?
就会，降阶成地灵那种感觉吧。虽然不是不存在了，但会失去神格，没办法对话了。没有人认为那片土地的神是个土地公，所以就无法维持土地公的形象。虽然只要有人祭拜的话，还是有机会复原。
Earth spirits protect houses. They are usually considered to live inside a corner of the kitchen. Because they're considered the ghosts of people who used to live in the nearby area, people don't typically craft statues for earth spirits.
不过，就算复原，可能也不会有之前的记忆。
In other words, his Fudagong will have forgotten all about him? What about you? What will happen to you?
就变回妖怪喽。不用担心啦，变回妖怪 也不会因此就性格大变什么的。我还是我，只是不再是土地公的从祀神而已了。
Oops. If it takes us years to restore the temple, then how come it's got this bad so rapidly?
要让庙宇稳定获得信仰，要1-2年。不过，只要有庙公，有人整理庙宇的话，土地公就能维持形象啦。毕竟，一个干干净净的庙跟荒废的庙还是差很多的。只要有人看到，就算没有来参拜，也会认为这座庙里有土地公。光是这样就很有帮助了呢。
So, as long as I'm there, the local god of soil won't vanish?
是这样说没错啦，
How much time do we have?
这我也不敢说哎。不过真的是很危险了。我想最多应该没办法拖超过1个月吧。所以我大概这几天就会回去了。我知道阿辽在想什么啦，不过没办法拖到暑假呢。要阿辽在学期结束前放弃期末考跑去苗栗，我也觉得不可能呢。所以这样的话，我想说不如就到此为止了吧。
Stop here?
就是我给阿辽造成了麻烦呢。这样的话，那个大叔也会开心了吧？
Yeah, Tiger literally doesn't care. That's not true. You really have to go so soon? That's so sudden. Your god of soil is almost gone. Why did you keep this from me?
说了的话，阿辽就能排除万难过来吗？对吧？所以我也不想用那种方式给你压力。而且在这一次清明连假之前，老实说，我虽然有严舒淇的记忆，但是很多事真的没有亲身体会，不知道呢。我也是这一次才知道跟家人对抗有多么困难。阿辽家里也是传承了好几代吧，这样的话，要阿辽突然离开就很困难。这已经不是阿辽自己的问题了。我注意到这一点，才发现我的要求有多为难阿辽。严舒淇跟家里也是关系很差，这次清明连假吵得特别严重。我打算趁这个机会，接下来让严舒淇请几天的假，回去跟家里好好谈谈。而我也就在那时候离开了吧。对不起，阿辽，没有先跟你说就擅自决定了。但既然是否来苗栗不是你可以决定的，我也不想跟你说这些造成你的负担。
Then why did you want me to then why did you want to go on a date today?
毕竟要走了嘛，我希望最后跟阿辽道别前，至少能让阿辽开心一点。阿辽，怎么了？
Senpai, do you really think this is good for either of us?
当然不好啊，可是我有什么办法？我不能留更久，阿辽也不能来陪我，那我也只能……
Senpai wipes away the tears falling down his face, closes his eyes and forces his breathing just to keep himself together.
所以阿辽肯来陪我约会就很好了，至少这让我知道阿辽在乎我。
And what if I didn't go? Senpai. Yeah, I think we're in his route right now, right? I have to. I can't bear to see him like this. Senpai, I'm sorry. I'm moving close to him, wiping away the tears welling in the corner of his eyes. In the middle of the arcade? I can't promise to go to Miaoli with you, but I can at least do my best to try and make it happen. Wait, what? To try to make it happen with my family. Even if it's not for long, I could at least help during the summer break, and I could even help on weekends, if that'd be better.
其实，暑假的话有点来不及，周末来的话是会好一点啦。不过，我想可能帮助不大，毕竟心态上，阿辽来帮忙，跟阿辽愿意当庙里的庙公还是差很多。信仰这种事，形式也很重要的。
Oh, what if... Even if you turn back into a yaoguai, I'll try and spend as much time with you as possible. That sound alright to you?
谢谢。
Senpai doesn't say another word, instead taking a nearby seat, fixating his eyes on the floor beneath as he swings his legs back and forth. Senpai, are you feeling any better?
怎么可能这么简单就好起来啊？不过，是比较冷静了啦。只是，阿辽，我不知道该怎么说。不过，你可以来我家一趟吗？
You mean Yanshuqi's home?
学校附近的房子啦，不是老家。可以吗？
Why would I need to go to his place? I'm not really in a position to question why. It's not a good time, sorry. We should spend some more time with him. Oh, I see. Don't you want to spend more time out together? Senpai shakes his head intensely in denial.
有点没心情呢。
Yeah, I'm not either really. Time to head off?
嗯，
I'll leave the arcade with Senpai before taking a train, a bus, and then walking towards campus. Senpai and I barely talk all the way, both troubled by our thoughts, but having no idea where to begin. I'm still a little upset Senpai didn't tell me all of this before now, but I can't really argue with him over it. I probably couldn't help much anyway, even if he told me. Is there really nothing I can do? My family won't let me go to Miaoli, but the real problem is living expenses. If I had enough cash, I'd be able to make my own way to Miaoli, even if my family didn't want me to. I could work there, but I doubt a newly restored temple would receive enough donations. I'm only in my first year. If I left college like that, would I really be able to go back after 2 years? Even if they let me come back, how would I keep up? I'd even have to give up on dance practice. This is too much. Why can't I just find a win-win somewhere?
啊，下雨了。
As if on cue, I feel the cold touch of a raindrop fall on my nose, and I raise my head to the patter of a dozen more.
真是符合现在的心情呢。
Hey, senpai, if I did go to Miaoli with you, would you be able to cover my living expenses?
我也不敢说哎，我也不能挪用严舒淇的钱，这样的话可能很难。
If you can work something out, I might be able to do it.
阿辽打算来苗栗陪我，
If I can.
但那是因为我之前说的那些话吧。
Yeah, you really need my help. I can't just...
阿辽之前一直知道哦，只是不知道有那么严重而已。
Senpai had pushed a finger against my lips, silencing my argument.
阿辽愿意来，我很高兴。不过，可不能是因为一时冲动哦。
The rain begins to plummet harder, drowning my words.
糟糕，雨变好大！我家就在附近了，快过来吧！
We run together, my clothes soaked and the rain splashing into a heavy mist before me. Senpai, sprinting ahead of me, turns a corner. I dash around it just to see Senpai waving at me from across the street. I run towards him. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. What a jump scare. What? I must save. I have to go, actually. I had to go at 5. I thought this would wrap up. I think we're almost done. So we got the bad end or something. Okay. We're dead. That is an abrupt cutoff. Sorry. Sorry, we'll finish this next time. Switch to this. Okay, wait, did I save? Let me save again. That's so funny. Classic trope. Alright. Alright, thank you for watching. Thanks for stopping by, Jirachi. We'll probably continue next week. I can do that. Yeah, this route seems like it's almost done. You ate too much for lunch. That's the worst. Food coma. I hate when I stuff myself too full and then I'm like, why? Why did I do that? I actually need to eat. I didn't eat anything since I started 4 hours ago, apparently. Alright, so next time. Yes, I'm gonna go eat. So next time we will see, I guess, the bad end of this this senpai route. And at least I'm assuming it's a bad end. We got hit by a car, so you know. And then we'll do the good end next time, likely, and then move on to Tiger. Thank you. I will hopefully catch you next time. Bye!